I'd like to call meeting of the Nevada Commission for the Reconstruction of the V&T Railway to order. We are here 11:04 a.m. at the Carson City Community Center, Robert Bob Kroll Boardroom, 851 East William Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701. Welcome, everybody. Could I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Clay Mitchell,
Here.
Commissioner Denny Dodson,
Here.
Chairman David Peterson,
Present.
Commissioner Stephanie Hicks.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Elaine. If I could get everybody to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 4, public comment. At this time, the public is invited to comment and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of this public body. Jordan, do we have anybody on for public comment?
Yes, one caller in the queue. Caller, when you hear the two beeps, it's your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record. Caller, you're on. Please state your name for the record. Oh.
Can you hear us? All right. Well, there will be an opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment, so I think at this time we'll just go ahead and move forward. Agenda item number 5 for possible action, approval of minutes from the January 28th, 2021 V&T Railway Commission meeting. Has everybody had a chance to look over the meeting minutes? Any concerns or issues or edits? I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Denny Dodson for the record. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for January 28th, 2021.
Thank you, Denny. We have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Stephanie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. I agree with the approval, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 6. So this is the big one. So I see a lot of people in the crowd and online as well. So I want to thank everybody today for joining us. Item number 6 is the discussion and the presentation concerning directives of the V&T Railway Commission for the purpose of strategic planning concerning the sustainability of railway-related operations. So before we get to Linda Ritter, with Linda Ritter Consulting, we have a bunch of wonderful people, collaborators and contributors and partners of the V&T Railway, past, present, future. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elaine to do some introductions. Oh, Denny? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'm missing something, but are we required to approve with today's agenda? I don't see that on the agenda.
Oh, you are right. Let's go ahead and
I don't know how, we'll have to go to legal on that one. I don't know how we go about that one.
Sure. Let's do that. Let's amend the agenda to add approval of today's agenda. So I'll entertain a motion.
Being as I guess I raised my hand, I'll make the motion here. Denny Dodson for the record, and I'll make a motion to approve today's agenda as was posted.
Thank you, Denny. Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Denny, for pointing that out. Okay, back to number 6. So, Elaine, if you want to go ahead and maybe we'll just do some introductions of everybody that's in the room and online at this time before we get into Linda's presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do not, I cannot tell who is online. Oh, is that,
Yeah,
we
right.
have,
Or if you hit webcast on there, on the webcast button, it'll put it up on your screen. Down at the bottom there.
okay, so we have Molly Ellery, Austin Osborne, and Jennifer McCain on webcast. Molly, let's start with you. Could you tell us about yourself and what you've done for V&T Railway in the past?
Of course. Thank you for that, Elaine. For the record, my name is Molly Ellery with Argentum Partners. Just confirming everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Molly.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So as I mentioned, I work with Argentum Partners. We handle all of the public relations for V&T and have since April of 2018. In that time, we had the privilege to really get to know the operations. At that time, it was just the train, the steam and diesel running to Virginia City, and then the short hauls into the Carson River Canyon as well. And through collaboration and the vision of the board and general manager, I think we were very successful in creating a very profitable year in 2018 and more so in 2019 for V&T. And then, of course, COVID put a kink in that, but we had the opportunity to continue to support V&T in 2020 with its rail bike operations, which proved to be incredibly successful, all things considered. And we really look forward to this collaborative session and the opportunity to continue work with the organization. So with that, if there's any questions, I'm open. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Austin Osborne?
Hello, how are you? My name is Austin Osborne. I'm the Story County Manager. As far as my involvement, I have ongoing communications with Denny and his team with the BCTC, as well as Tom Gray and people that are on this board today. So I'm happy to work with you in the future, as well as Jennifer and Vanessa and our financial team. And anything I can provide and our team can provide, we're certainly looking forward to it.
Thank you, Austin. Jennifer McCain?
Jennifer, can you hear us? Let's come back to Jennifer, maybe.
Okay, and if she doesn't make it on, I can always give a little info on what she does for us, okay? But let's go to the room then. And let's start with Tom Gray. Tom, if you'd come up here to this mic.
Hello, for the record, I'm Tom Gray of the Virginia Truckee Railroad. I think everybody kind of knows me. I started in 1974 or 5 helping my dad build this thing out, and then 76 we ran our first trains, and this will be our 46th year of continuous operations. We're I don't know, we're pretty much an integral part. This is sort of a public and a private partnership. One of the reasons why the Railway Commission was formed originally is because we couldn't get down any farther. A private enterprise couldn't do any more than we did. And this was a pretty good idea. The basic idea originally was to go all the way into the state capitol to the old shop buildings. And unfortunately, that's been torn down, but the Railroad Museum is, less than a mile away from that. So that was kind of the overall plans back for a long time. Maybe unrealistic or realistic, but certainly worth a goal we're shooting for at the time. So, it is what it is now, and people enjoy it. They come from all over the world to ride this train, the Virginia and Truckee. There's a huge legacy with this railroad that's, people love seeing it. It's a huge part of American history that people get to see firsthand. And we've run a pretty safe operation for a long time, and we give people a lot of value, a lot of bang for the buck, and we just keep doing it year after year. There's a lot more to it than that, but basically that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to Ken Dorr.
Elaine, real quick, I'm sorry. I just texted Jennifer and she can hear us. She wasn't sure on what she needed to, what button she needed to push to release her audio or her video.
Okay, can you?
Okay, we'll get back to her. Okay.
Okay, let's go with Ken Dorr.
Yes, it's on now. I see a green light. Good afternoon, members of the board and commission. Been a while since I've been in this room, probably almost a year. My name is Ken Dorr, and officially, for those of you who don't know, I'm actually your engineer. There hasn't been a whole lot of engineering work for construction purposes, but I'm still your engineer, and occasionally items come up, and work with Elaine and whoever as necessary to deal with some issues. My background, real quick, a couple of you folks know this. I originally went to work for the Union Pacific Railroad when I was graduated from college. I was with them for about 7 years and was a track construction and maintenance supervisor. And then after that became a consultant. Moved to Carson in 1988, and lo and behold, I've been working on this project since 1990. Between 1990 and 2003, it was all volunteer work, but we did quite a bit to get things going, and hopefully contributed with the original Tri-County Railroad Commission, and think we finally started having to charge for some of our work back in about 2004 when Phase 1, the Overman Pit Project, was built. Basically, again, I still am your engineer at this point. I have a couple items I wanted to touch base with the commission. Should I go ahead with that, Elaine, now, or are we just doing introductions?
Just introductions.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken.
So I'm still around and know where the computer files are more or less, and was responsible and actually personally did all the design from Gold Hill down and supervised that construction also. So any questions? I'm still here.
Thank you for joining us at the workshop. So we have Jennifer McCain, and we're going to switch over to Jennifer. So Jennifer, do we have you? Hi, Jennifer. Let's see if we can. Jennifer, do we have you? Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to move on. I guess she can't get through.
Okay. We'll go ahead and Stan, you're sitting over there by Ken. Let's give you a shot.
Good morning. I'm Stan Jones. I was the governor's appointee on the new board when it was reconstituted. I served for about 4 years. Totally enjoyed all my involvement with the V&T Commission, and now I'm a board of supervisor and want to continue on and represent and make sure that Carson City is represented. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. Mike Zaccaro, why don't you come up and tell everyone what you did out at the V&T at Eastgate Depot?
Got to hold it. Hi, yeah, my name's Mike Zakar. I'm the facility manager out at the depot. I've been there for about 6 years now, and I sort of take care of the everyday things that happen out there. And it's been a lot of fun working there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gabe Williman.
I'm Gabe Williman. You guys keep the commission on track. I try to keep the trains on track. I pound spikes and change ties. That's pretty much what I do.
Thank you, Gabe. And then also Angie Hoger, we're not going to let you off the hook here.
I'm Angie Hoger. I started as guest services, and then our person that did events and groups had to take family leave, so I took over groups and events, and that was a lot of fun. And then when COVID hit, I found employment elsewhere, and I got that call from my very favorite boss, Elaine, saying that she really wanted me back. And so I came back, and the title I was given was operations assistant, which sounds so important, but it's fun. It's never considered work there. And Mike and Gabe are saying a lot less than what they do. They are there for everything. When we needed decorating and ladders so high and lights needed to be strung, they were there, a text, a phone call. They were there to help for everything. And they're wonderful. And we're all a good team. And it's a pleasure working for Elaine and everyone here. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And before we get back to Jennifer, I just want to let you know, as a commission, as you're discussing items today, so Mike Zaccaro and Angie are employees of Zephyr Communications. Gabe Williman and Ken Dorr and Tom Gray are our contractors. And then, not to leave Kip out, you did have you had a little play with the VNT when Joel Dunn was with us, right? Well, come on up and introduce yourselves so the commissioners from Story County know who you are.
Just 20, 30 minutes, Chris. That's it. Little background.
I'm Chris Kipp. I'm the Operations and Finance Manager for Carson City Culture and Tourism Authority. I've helped out with the VNT. Like Elaine said, when Joel Dunn was the director, I'm helping David with stuff. So I'm just kind of here to see what's going on and help out.
Perfect. How about Mike? Michael Rowe? Do you want to give your history? And just hit it until it goes green around the collar.
There it is. I'm Mike Rowe. I've been the general counsel to the commission since it was created. I think alongside Ken Dorr, we've been working with the commission since its inception, and been a lot of fun, a lot of interesting projects, and working with Tom and everybody else has been a real pleasure.
Well, thank you, everybody, again, for participating in person and on the WebEx today. I really do appreciate this. I know my fellow commissioners appreciate everybody wanting to be a part of our meeting today. So with that, give a little background on Linda. So Linda Ritter has 30 years of public administration, former Carson City city manager. She now focuses her experience in public administration on results-oriented strategic planning for public entities. Her goal is to assist the entity in creating a robust, results-oriented strategic plan that sets out future goals, creates a roadmap for positive change, and provides for measures of success. She has facilitated plans for Carson City, Western Nevada College, the Carson City Culture and Tourism Authority, and the Carson City Airport. So with that, Linda, take it away, please.
Well, thank you, and thank you for taking the time today to talk about strategic planning, something that I'm really passionate about. I've worked for public entities for a long time, and I know that you have all kinds of things coming at you, and it's good to take a step back, take a look at your operations, set some goals, look at what's around you, and point to the direction for the future. So I've got, let me get this going here. Today I want to talk to you about what is a strategic/business plan, what are the components that will be included in the one for the VNT Commission. Talk about the historical highlights of the Reconstruction project. You've heard from the people that have been here from its inception. It was an amazing project. I was here when it really started, when it got the funding and started the construction, and it was I think a lot of people didn't think it happened, and it happened, and it's out there now. So then I'm going to review some current conditions. Where are you right now? How your governance is established. your financial, your operations, and then take a look at the list of assets. You've got some very valuable assets out there. And then we'll launch into actually building your strategy. We're going to look at, today, we're really going to focus on establishing mission and goals, setting up those key goals for the commission, and then start talking about those influences. You can't build a strategy without knowing where you're going and what can affect it. And so that's what I really want to focus on. The next steps that I'm going to talk about is when it comes to establishing those influences, those strengths and those weaknesses, those opportunities and threats. That's a great time to reach out to the stakeholders and the communities involved and find out what they think. That's where the public input will come in. And I'll talk to you about a good method of doing that. So, strategic business, or I'm calling it a strategic plan and a business plan. In public entities, often we call it a strategic plan because, you know, as much as people want government to run like a business, it really isn't. It doesn't have that one profit line to follow. There's a lot of other considerations. And so we look at missions and goals for the organization. In terms of a business plan, this operation runs more like a business with some caveats that I'll talk about. But you've got revenue coming in for a visitor's experience and money going out to those people that provide that experience. Some steps in developing these plans is first, again, mission and goals. And we're going to spend some time talking, getting some feedback from you as far as who are your customers and what results do you want for those customers. That's going to establish what your goals are. From there, you go into influences, again, looking at what's internal in your organization that helps or hurts and what's outside of the organization that can assist or can cause some problems. From there, you go to building that as strategy. That's setting your roadmap, what you want to get done, what projects, what programs, what initiatives you can start that's going to help move you to achieving those goals and then ultimately the mission. Then we talk about implementation. A strategic plan has to have an implementation plan, which may consist of work plans. It has accountability, who's going to do what. It's going to have schedules, and then it also has to address funding. You can't get something done by putting a chart on the wall without having the funding behind it. The last step is really talking about how you're going to do a regular business review on your plan. A plan doesn't sit on a shelf after it's done. It has to be worked. And for everything you say you're going to do, there should be some type of performance indicators that can tell you and the community how you're doing on getting there. You should have some targets. If you want to, for example, get ridership to a certain point, you should have some specific targets where you want to go. And if you don't get there and you don't reach your targets, you need to go back and look at your strategy again. So it's a cyclical thing. Every year before you do your budget, at the minimum, you should be doing a business review to find out where you're at. So that if you've got to make adjustments in your strategy, you can indeed do that. So that's what's going to be included in your plan. Okay, let's talk about the actual reconstruction project. And I just went through some of you heard some of the history here, and I did a little bit of a timeline. Now, the Grays were working up in Virginia City in the 70s on their part of the V&T, that private line, and did a lot of work on it. 1991 was when the Tri-County Railway Commission was actually created by the Nevada State Legislature. In 96, a private fundraising effort through the Northern Nevada Railway Foundation was started, and they started raising money and support, and you'll see on a future chart that they were able to do that. In 2001, the legislature under Special Act created the Nevada Commission for Reconstruction of the V&T Railway. And that shortly after that is when there was a little bit of funding that came in and funded Kendor to do some of that right-of-way work and some of the initial work on the railway. In 2004, we had a bridge show up that was eventually supposed to go over Highway 50, and that was pretty exciting because I think that's when people actually saw something happening up there on the hill. 2005, that's when the 1/8 of a cent sales tax was passed by the Carson City Board of Supervisors, and that was to be used for a bond for the reconstruction. And then in 2005, what was then the Carson City Convention and Visitors Bureau pledged a portion of the room tax, 2 cents on the room, 2% of the room tax, towards the reconstruction, and that's going towards bond payments currently. And then in 2005, we received some federal help. I remember going with Marv Texera to Washington, D.C. to pursue that, and showed some of the great plans that the V&T Commission had in store. And so we were included in the Transportation Act, and some more funding came in. 2005, 2006, Phase 1, Gold Hill to the water tank at American Flat was completed. 2008, Phase 2A and B, which took it from American Flat to the Frainer Pit near Mound House. That included the opening of Tunnel 2. And then Phase 3A in 2009 was completed. The tracks were extended over a mile into the Carson River. The initial depot was constructed, and it was up for operation at that point. So a long history, a lot of activity happened, and like I said, you've got a really fine asset up there as a result of the work of a lot of the people that are sitting in the room right now. As far as the funding, it was an expensive undertaking. About $39 million were invested into it. Carson City brought the sales tax bond, and then there's several federal pieces. There's ICE-T here. That was some of the initial funding that came up. Safety Lou, that was more federal transportation money. Then you've got the Commission on Tourism. They also ponied up. There's a lot of people that were participants in this project. And then the Nevada legislature put some money into it. The Economic Development Administration was also there. There's the Railway Foundation that came to the table. Washoe County, who was on the board at one time or on the commission, participated. You've got Story County have been a participant from the beginning, and then some more federal money, the ARA money. I think that was back in 2009, came to the table. So you can see there was a lot of funding partners in this that actually made it happen. And here is a map, and I know Ken has some larger copies of that, but I thought this was a great map to really, at a glance, you can see what the railway is, where all the lines, has it split up into the various phases. You can see over here the future plans, possible plans for the future, a 3B going down into the canyon and even going further into Carson City. So that's where you're at now. That's what's on the ground. And up here, you can see this is the private portion that goes into Virginia City, the Grays operation. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about governance. The original representation for the commission was 5 counties: Story, Carson City, Lyon, Douglas, and Washoe County. But in 2017, what we found was Washoe and Douglas and Lyon didn't feel that they had as much direct, I guess, it didn't affect their counties as directly as it did Story County and Carson City. Those have been the two primary partners in the project. So 2017 Senate Bill 57 passed and changed the membership. So we have representatives from the boards, the governing boards of Story County and Carson City, as well as representation from the tourism authorities from both of those areas. And then that 5th is appointed by the governor. It's my understanding that's vacant at this point, but will be filled in the future. So as you're a government formed as a special act under the legislature, and as such, you can only do certain things. They do restrict what you're able to do. And under that act, first thing they did is say, okay, you can purchase, lease, acquire right-of-ways, and construct a railway. So that was the first thing. It said, go build a railway. Next, they said, okay, now you can operate or grant franchises for the operation of the railroad that carries passengers to locations within the jurisdiction of the commission. So those are the two things that everything you do must fall under those two things. Just so you're aware, there are limits on what you can do. In terms of financial, I went back and I thought that probably a good picture to show you is just where the cash flow has been over the last several years. You can see that the cash from customers is the lighter red, the darker red is the cash to suppliers. And you can see in many years there's a gap. This is a visitor attraction, and this is not unusual. Many times a visitor's attraction will use public funds, and those gaps were made up by public funds. They'll use that because the theory is the economic activity generated by that attraction is going to increase the sales tax and room tax in those entities, which is then can flow back to that attraction. So it absolutely makes sense. It's not unusual. I don't want anybody to see this and say, oh my gosh, you're running in the red. This is normal. This is normally what happens. Now, should the commission want to change that in the future, certainly you can take actions to do things in your operation to do that. In 2018-19, you can see you saw a positive result there. Some of those expenditures, I believe, and we haven't completely tied this down in 2018-19. Looks like they may have been booked over in 1920. So that's why the increase there. But the other thing that hit was you had COVID. So you had a season just go away. These are fiscal years running July 1st to June 30th. And you've had some pretty high capital expenditures for Engine 18, which is going to be a great addition to the rolling stock. But that is something else that happened. But again, your operations don't always pay for expenses, but you've had help from the tourism authorities to bolster that operation, again, because the purpose is to generate that economic activity. Okay. Government funding. What is the current status of any type of government funding for the V&T Railway? Currently, there is a 2% room tax in Carson City. It's pledged for bonds that were used to pay for the construction. Those will be paid off in 2023. Now, according to the Carson City's municipal code, that money can be used for upgrades, maintenance, operations, planning, and administration of the project. And it has been used in times past to offset any type of operating losses. According to the code, if it's not used for the V&T, then that tax sunsets. It goes away. Now, the Board of Supervisors can certainly reinstate it for other purposes or whatever they choose to do. But this is where the status is right now for the V&T. Sales taxes, there's two funding sources, one from Carson City, and that's for the bonds that are going to be paid off in 2026. Now, any additional funds after bond payment can, according to Carson City Code, be used for street projects within Carson City. And so those funds are not available for operations for the railway. Story County has a quarter-cent sales tax. It was pledged for reconstruction of the railway. I know that there was some bonds. They were looking at some projects within Story County to do. So the money is being used to pay off some bonds. There is an MOU between the V&T Commission and Story County that the funds can be used for shortfalls. But most of that money at this point is used within the boundaries of Story County. That rate sunsets in 2041. There's a 30-year timeline, according to the Story County Code. Any questions so far on anything that I gave you? I should stop and see if there's, okay. This just gives you an overview, again, of the governance. We've done the governance. We've talked about a broad overview of the finances. Now I'm going to delve into some more of the operational information. We used 2018-19. It seemed to be a good year to use, and Elaine had a lot of the information as far as the ridership and the other things and the expenses. So we split the events out. We took the Polar Express, and you see that here. You have ticket sales are higher than what your expenses are. Your expenses, train services are at the bottom. Then you've got the event expenses up next. Big part of that event expense is goes for the licensing of the name, and which I'll show you when I go over some of the contracts. Next is marketing, and we also split up the management for the contract for the general manager. We split that into the different parts of the seasons, so you could get a flavor of what the total cost of putting on that event is. As far as activity, Polar Express runs 18 days. Average trips per day is 3. 15,000 people rode on it in 2019, and that averaged to about 237 passengers per trip. That is the most passengers per trip you have on any event, looking at all of them. Now we combined all of the financials for all the other excursions that happen in starting in the spring and the summer. And you can see expenses are higher than what the ticket sales. And if you go over to the actual activities, the average passengers per trip are much lower for those. Mother's Day is pretty high. There's only 2 of those trips. The wine train, that should actually be 14 days in operation and 14 total trips. But that average is 50 passengers per trip, but there's other things that are involved in that as far as food service, so probably not a surprise that that's going to be a lower number. Your regular excursions averaged about 142 per trip. So that gives you a comparison of what the activity is on those events. Okay. Rail bikes were new this year. It was a great save on a COVID year for sure. Started in August 1st and ran till November 1st, and it went very well. You had a total of 4,449 riders on those, and the revenues exceeded the expenses. The expenses for the revenue split, Freedom Rail, who owns the cars, they keep 40%. And then we provide some of the management. And there's negotiations, it's actually on the agenda right now for a change. Or 60, I'm sorry, flip that around. They keep 60, we keep 40 for the management. But I see it's on your agenda to go to a 75-25, but they would be doing more of that on the ground management. So you won't be responsible for that. It's turning into more of a lease the track and the facilities type of an arrangement for a return on the take. So that turned out to be quite successful. Okay, now your list of service providers. Several people in the room here that you have no employees. You do things through contract for the most part. Your train excursion services, who runs the train? That's the Virginia and Truckee Railroad. And in the contract, it expires December of 22. It calls out costs for the round trips, for steam engine versus diesel engine. Also has additional charges if they have to run a deadhead in order to pick up passengers. Allows for fuel cost escalation because we all know what happens with fuel. Well, we really don't know what's going to happen. And then it does have provisions as far as capacity of passengers on the train. The next one is the Polar Express licensing. About $190,000 of that operation goes for that, and that's just for using the name. They get 30% of the ticket sales and 15% of the photo sales. So it's expensive. You know, would a train bring in the same amount without that name? You are paying for the name on that. Your general management, you have a contract manager. Elaine's contract expires March of 2021, and I know you're going to have, or this month, and you have something on your agenda to talk about what happens when that contract ends and Elaine's no longer acting as your general manager. Public relations and marketing, Argentum Partners, as you saw, is who is providing that. There's that annual budget is for monthly retainer. The marketing expenses, of course, are higher than that per event, and we did track that in that prior slide as far as the expenses per event. Track maintenance services, Williman Tracks Maintenance is here, and they provide that. Right now, it's a month-to-month contract. I believe there's some negotiations, refinement of the contract going forward. Definitely required, and I would say the track maintenance, the financial, legal, and engineering services, no matter what, you're going to have those expenses. You have to have those expenses. Financial services are now taken care of for us by Story County. Their annual budget is $40,000, and that's authorized via a memorandum of understanding. Michael Rowe has been doing this for a long time, and he will continue to do this, so that's ongoing. Ken Dorr knows that the tracks very well and continues to do work as needed for the railway. And then Rail Bikes is the newest one. Their contract expires at the end of this year, so they have this season. And again, currently we keep 40%, or you keep 40%. They keep 60, but that is up for change, so they will take more of that day-to-day management. Okay. Current assets. You've got, there's a lot of value in your assets up there. You've got 12.2 miles of track. That includes a tunnel and a bridge. You've got all the switches and spurs that go with that. You have another 4.5 miles of proposed rail bed for expansion. This is the fully refurbished steam engine number 18. Looking back at the numbers, it looks like you've invested almost $900,000 to get that going, but that's going to be quite the attraction, having a steam engine running on that. The train station is a 40 by 90 metal building. You've got a modular ticket office, restroom facilities. The property at Eastgate, you also have some property up at Gold Hill. And your parking lot, which is paved, accommodates 144 spaces, and you have some storage containers. And again, no matter what happens, the one thing, and if you look at your financials, you're not funding anything for depreciation. You have to, as you go forward, plan on maintenance, upkeep, replacement, and those things. That's something that I'm going to encourage as we go through the planning process to make sure that you have included. Yes, it does. Yeah, that's not just the rehab. You had to purchase it, which happened quite some time ago. So that's from soup to nuts, all of it. Okay. Okay, any questions about any of the current information? That's just a snapshot to give you a feel for where things are in terms of operations and finances, what your sidebars are as far as your governing. Anything?
Linda, can I ask if it's all right, the 4.5 miles of proposed rail bed, is that owned? Is that proposed is what's throwing me for a little bit of a loop?
I'm going to refer to Ken Dorr because he can, I believe the right of way has been obtained. We'll let Ken address it.
Go green. I'm going to take the risk and take this guy off. In the handouts I gave you, the second page is a really dark picture. All that green is right-of-way that you own, some of which occupies track, some of it does not. Basically, the track, as you're aware, goes down towards the canyon, down to the siding in Eureka. From there on, we don't have any track built. However, we have that right-of-way. Some of the right-of-way is owned by the commission in fee, and some of it is an easement that was established when that property transferred from the private ownership, Bentley and Serpa, to Carson City Open Space, which we facilitated most of that transfer, by the way, but as part of that double escrow, we ended up with an actual easement. The pieces of that right-of-way down below Eastgate, if you will, and including Eastgate Depot, they were on the original Bureau of Land Management property, which was transferred to Carson City in 2010, were actually the BLM, we worked with them, we broke out the parcels of the railroad on those BLM parcels, and they were transferred to the commission. You actually own those in fee. One of the things I've been trying to do, and we're going to get our effort squared away, is to Carson City upgrade their assessor maps to actually reflect the fact that you own that property. BLM said, do you want to have an easement and negotiate with Carson City Open Space, or do you want to have that property in fee? And we said, we'll take it in perpetuity. Thank you very much. So yes, you have that right away. That's there in place. The other piece you have is this blob above Eastgate. That was set aside, and that's a transportation grant from the Bureau of Land Management for the Eastgate Depot expansion, basically to hopefully at some point put in some support tracks, maybe an engine house, and it could also be an expanded depot. So you have quite a bit of assets as far as what you can build on. The trick using this project, you need to have right-of-way, you need to have environmental approval, and you need to have money before you can build. Well, environmental approval and right-of-way are in place, but money is lacking for expansion. So you've got that right-of-way. It's yours.
Great, thank you.
Ken, may I just ask you, sorry, when you said the blob above Eastgate siding. Are you referring to this whole section on our?
No, it's
or
the one that
just
goes up vertically, basically.
This one, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, if you look on the third page of that handout, there was a little schematic at one point when time we drew what that depot could possibly look like. We actually were able to start some earthwork on that expansion that was all donated, mostly by A&K Construction, as well as a couple other entities donated some of that dirt. Dirt's not done yet, but we're working on it as we get more donations or money.
Great. Any follow-up for Ken? Go ahead, Elaine. Yeah.
So Ken, this right-of-way map, this includes everything to, or down the canyon and to the highway. Our right-of-way also extends to Gold Hill, right?
Yes, that does not, this is the right-of-way basically we haven't built on with the exception of Eastgate, but basically the right-of-way that you either own or have easements for or have transportation grants from the Bureau of Land Management extends all the way from Eastgate to Gold Hill. The Mason-Dixon line between Tom's operation and the commission's is right below Gold Hill. There's a little at-grade wood road crossing. That's where the borderline is, if you will, between Tom's track and the commission's track. And then again, there are two parcels that were purchased in the vicinity of the Gold Hill Depot by the commission years back with the idea of facilitating some improvements to that Story County, the Gold Hill Depot. So you own two parcels up there right next to the Gold Hill Depot.
Go ahead, Denny.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Linda, great report. I think it's an awesome way for us to jump from here forward with some planning. But a couple of points I wanted to make, or questions. One is the Draco property. I think I want to make sure the board was left, I didn't see that in here as either a current asset or a revenue stream, but that would be included as well.
Yeah, I didn't include that as far as, because I'm really focusing on operations. That Draco property, that money is coming in, but once it's gone, it's gone. So that's the reason I haven't focused on that. Okay?
Great. And then as we were sitting here too, I had a text from Jennifer and Austin, just an FYI, the Story County their intention was to pay off that bond of July this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denny. I want to just take a quick second because Carson City Mayor Lori Bagwell is here. We were having everybody come up and just talk. Lori, if you want to say a couple words. I don't want to put you on the spot. Just with your involvement and anything you want to say about the V&T. And then Nancy, I'll give you the same opportunity as well because Nancy's on. So if you want to come on up, Lori, please.
Thank you so much. Lori Bagwell, Mayor, and I'm just very interested in the V&T project, where its progress is going to be, what its future is over the next 20 years. We're in the process at the city even doing our strategic planning, and I'm really interested in how all of this fits together and what we can do to help make it as viable as possible. It's and not bleed money. I mean, that's the reality for all of us, right? You want to be able to finally effectuate the plan that was presented to the public about the viability and the beauty of this. And so I'm interested in what you guys have put together. And can I have this map? Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
Take it.
Thank you.
It's free. Take the whole. Thank you, Lori.
I appreciate it.
Nancy, did you want to say anything? I don't want to leave you out. Or not?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can. Yes, yep.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't have anything else to add. I'm sorry I missed part of it because I was in another meeting. So I'll just continue to listen, if that's okay.
Of course, yeah. You missed the best part, then it sounds like. So sorry about that.
I know, sorry.
It's okay. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners before we move forward with Linda?
Okay.
Nope. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Linda. Thank you.
Well, now we got to start building that strategy. You see where you've been and how things look on the ground right now. get over here. First step is to talk about what's your mission and your goals. What do you really want to accomplish? The way it's built is your mission is a huge picture, okay? Overall operation. Your goals are going to be a little more specific, but pretty broad, that says, okay, if we do these things, we're going to meet that mission. Those objectives are just further activities or things you want to accomplish in order to get to that goal. So it just continues to break it down finer and finer. And then you get into the programs, activities, events, and those things. How are those going to affect the objectives? How are the objectives going to affect the goals? So it's a building process. Then you've got initiatives. And those could be new projects, new events, something new that you're going to do, changes to the depot, whatever it may be, that is going to help that activity or that event, which then helps you achieve that objective and goal and mission. So it's a building process. On top of that, when we're done with doing that, then we're going to have to spend some time talking about how are you going to measure your results. Because if you can't measure how whether you got there or not, then the plan is not going to be implemented. You've got to have some way of measuring that. So at every step of the way, every one of these levels, I'm going to recommend that you have some way of measuring that. The first step, though, is to talk about the mission and the goals. And the two questions I'm going to ask you is, who are your customers and what results do you want to see for those customers? This is where I want to get some input from the commission and any others. When we get this input, then we can go to that next step, which is the SWOT. But if I could, I'm going to go ahead and switch over where I can jot down. I know normally I have flip charts and I'm writing all over everything, and here it's a little different. So bear with me while I switch.
Linda, go
There we
ahead,
go.
get set up. And I want this to be conversational too, so I want takes the formality out of it. So please, anybody that's in the room, I want the commissioners to obviously be able to provide some feedback, but anybody else that's in the room too, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Come up and
Right here.
use the microphone at the table as well. So.
Now, when I get this information, the customer and the results, then from that, we should be able to get some goals put together. And then those goals, individual goals, that's where we'll ask for people to provide input on, to reach this goal, what are our internal strengths and weaknesses, and what could get in our way, or what opportunities are out there? Because that is probably one of the most critical things, is looking outside of the organization, what's out there on the ground that we can take advantage of, okay? And getting yourself in a position to be able to take advantage of those things. So I will open it up for, who does the commission see as your customer?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please, go ahead, Clay.
I guess what I'm struggling with just a little bit is, with this as the first step, is if we were a business organization, this would be a clear first step. But as you mentioned, we have some entanglements, if you will, being a governmental organization. And I think what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to reconcile in my mind the mandate we've been given through statute with a target customer base. In other words, how do those fit together? And because I don't think we're free to just start with a customer, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, the way the statute reads is you are to operate the railway, right? How you want to operate that is within your purview. Because you have you're operating a railway, it's almost like if you had a bus service or any type of transportation service, you have a customer. Who are you serving? You might have the rate payer or the person paying that. You may have other customers also, though. Your county, the people you represent, also have a vested interest in it. They have put public money into it.
Got it.
The businesses, the hospitality industry, they have a vested interest. So although the statute doesn't say specifically, doesn't lay that out to that detail, it does say you have to operate it. You can operate it yourself, or you can franchise it. Those are the two options that you have. So I believe that you are in a position to be able to develop that strategy, which requires you to look at those, and I'll call them maybe not customers, but stakeholders.
Stakeholders, yeah.
Yeah.
But a somewhat limited view of the stakeholders because it has to do with the direct impact, you know.
Sure.
Often when you look at stakeholders, it's a very broad, and maybe we're coming in a step from that.
Right. Well, in this case, the stakeholders can be pretty broad because there was a lot of public money that went into the building of the railway. So they do have, I think the taxpayers in both Story and Carson City certainly have a stake in this. You could even, I mean, there's a lot of federal money there too. You could go out beyond that, but certainly in the immediate area. So I don't want to limit who you may think is your stakeholder because you are accountable to the general government as a public entity or the general public as a public entity.
Thank you.
Does that clarify it? Okay.
Denny, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I like the word stakeholder myself. You know, I've been involved with the train since 2009 and on the board right after the, you know, the NRS, when it was changed, the BDR that Story County submitted. It is obviously our visitors is our customer, but like I said, there are stakeholders, and whether they're a merchant in Virginia City or they're a hotel here in Carson City, we need to pay attention and work with them collaboratively. I really look at, I correlate the V&T kind of like a special event for Virginia City. Okay, and what I mean by that is we do stuff that's good for the town, certainly, but we also do stuff for the region. This train is a regional product. And I think the way I kind of always envisioned it and the way I like to see it go is kind of like you know, event. We use special events in Virginia City to drive traffic. It's part of my marketing. It's a whole segment with everything else that we do. Do I want to do a special event myself? Heck no. I'm not good at it. I'm good at other things, and I'm good at hiring people that are professionals. So I'd like us to see move in a direction towards letting a professional do the day-to-day operations. We've tried this a lot of different ways. We tried to play, you know, take our train set and play. Right. When some of us, maybe not as our expertise. So that's kind of the direction I think that personally I see us kind of going.
As far and what you're talking about is the tactic. How are you going to get what you want done? Is it by contracting out the entire events? Is it through franchising it? That may be. However, it's important that you as a commission understands what your requirements in a franchising agreement are.
Right.
And so that's what I hope to do here is, for example, what result do your businesses in Virginia City want versus a visitor want? Is the result the same?
The results are, as you mentioned, this train doesn't need to break even. A special event in Virginia City doesn't need to break even. If it loses money, it's okay if the train's full, if the cars are full, if the towns are full, if there's hotel rooms, and if there's people spending money, then we all get funded again to go play next year. So if we do it right, then it can continue and be beneficial for everyone. And I think there's a way to do it. We just got to work towards that.
Right, right. By identifying what result you want, what you want the visitor experience to be, and putting a little more meat on those bones, and versus what kind of return you expect for your businesses, what type of businesses. Overnight stays are going to be different than the saloon up in Virginia City. So really kind of defining some of that may help you, if you do it by contract, if you do it in-house, define how you're going to get there. So that's really what I'm trying to focus on before we get to those tactics. So.
Stephanie, did you want to add something? And then I'll go.
Sure. There we go. How's that? Okay.
But I think that Jenny hit it right on the head. Also regionally, because we did early on, as part of this commission, have broader regional partners throughout this county and Washoe County, and so I think the regional experience is important as well, and important to the economic viability.
Right, right. So the result for let me just go on that. The regional partners, what kind of result? What do you think that they expect as a result?
As far as geographically when you think about it.
Yes, ma'am.
From Reno to Douglas, out to Story County. There, if you come into the community as a visitor, you can visit all those different areas. So just being able to explore, northern Nevada.
Right.
While that being one tourist destination that draws people in. Or if they come to Reno, you'd like them to come down to Carson.
Sure.
Spend some time in Carson City, go up to Story County. So I think that's really important.
Okay. Okay.
And
So-
Linda, can I just add, a tangible experience? We're working, we have International Powwow, which is the largest inbound tour operator show coming to Las Vegas. So Denny and I working RSCVA, Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, to bring, 30, 40 potential tour operators up here in September. And they want to actually engage and have an experience on the VNT, whether that's trains or rail bikes. We're actively working on that right now. So that's a great regional, visitor opportunity where stakeholders, maybe put something in there about tour operators. I think there's motor coach opportunities as well, for both of us, but also our regional partners too. And they're very interested in the VNT. And the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, they went out and did a whole photo video shoot to help promote that to Reno Tahoe visitors. So
Okay.
yeah, no,
Okay.
I that's
So
well said.
so for them, they want to make sure this, and you want to make sure the railway is part of that package, that entire package.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Clay.
Could I maybe push back on the regional concept just a little bit? And I don't disagree, but really we have two entities at the table, and what I mean by that is funding it, putting in the time, staffing it. It's Carson City and it's Story County, and so I'm wondering if while the regional benefit is kind of the what ends up happening, I'm thinking that what really makes sense is for us to take the pulse of, number one, what each of those entities is hoping to get out of it, and by association, their taxpayers and their businesses and what have you, and then secondly, what's the appetite to continue funding, to expand, to develop, or because if we're not meeting the needs of those two primary stakeholders, I mean, what's the point?
Okay.
Clay, there we go. You're wondering, as far as our other DMO, our destination marketing partners, as far as their appetite to maybe put some money in beyond just
No.
sending visitors, or I just want to clarify
No,
what you're
I think we should
getting at.
focus in. For example, like Douglas is part of the region, but really secondary in this conversation. And it's the
Sure.
same with RSCVA. Like we're, really those at the table, the primary entities that are stakeholders are the ones that are funding it. And I want to make sure that whatever we decide to do meets the needs. And we've talked a little bit about how the needs are different, right? Our funding mechanism is a sales tax primarily. You have a sales tax component, but also the bed tax. Are we meeting the goals? And if not, do we want to continue? Or anyway, that's I think focusing in on those as kind of the driving
Right.
forces.
So you're saying that the governing bodies of each of the counties should be asked, okay, what is your expectation of the railway? When you're talking about the regional partners, you're looking at it as more of a part of a larger pie having to do with attracting visitors to the area.
Mhm.
Not so much that they have anything to do with it. It's just that to be a piece of a tour package or something else is where you're going with that.
Go ahead, Denny.
Yeah, no, and Linda, exactly. And then Clay, I think you're exactly right, and thanks for bringing that up. It's really the two municipalities that we obviously are the ones that got to make sure that they're returned. They're in charge of it, but we do rely on an RSCVA to bring a big group. We do rely on Travel Nevada to help market this attraction and apply for marketing grants too. They're big supporters of that. So yeah, they're definitely, I would say, a partner, but not a decision maker. Yeah.
Okay. Lodging properties as a stakeholder I guess just overnight stays is what their bottom line is.
Absolutely. Well, I'll speak for Carson City.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because it's the 2% of the 11% TOT that's paying off the bond, so.
What about the businesses in the area? It's just a matter of having traffic, right?
Absolutely,
your
yeah. It's a
businesses.
great lunch crowd for Virginia City.
For Virginia City, for certainly
Yeah.
anything different in Carson.
Well, I think it could be more for Carson City. You know, if we play this right, you know, the idea of the special events, you know, oriented trains or those themed trains or maybe even themed rail bikes. I think, you know, if we do things at night, that encourages not only an overnight stay potentially, but it also encourage maybe folks going out and having a bite to eat afterwards. So
right.
yeah, I think it can be more for just speaking for Carson City, it can be beyond just the lodging tax. It could also impact our sales tax
Right.
here in Carson City as well. So yeah.
Okay. For taxpayers, I mean, I know when we were first talking about this, when we were looking at the funding route, we were looking at return on investment. Is you put that asset up there, now we want people to come back to impact that tax base as far as sales tax and room taxes. So would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Visitors, is there, I mean, I use an example, a memorable experience. What do you want visitors to, how do you define a memorable experience? Let's expand on that a little bit.
I think our goal is to make a visitor an ambassador, period. Once you build ambassadors, then your job's easy. So you create an experience, you create something fun and that they talk about and tell their friends and family about, it just snowballs.
Okay.
So that's, in one word, ambassadors.
I would agree with that 100%. And I think, you know, you want them to take away an amazing experience that maybe they can't get somewhere else, or it was a part of, again, a bigger regional visit to this particular area. So, yeah.
Okay.
Elaine, or sorry, Clay, then Elaine, yeah.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Or go ahead, Elaine.
Thank you. Thank you. So two other key stakeholders would be, you know, Tom Gray with his train. There's a lot of investment that goes into their assets in order to make, you know, for the rides and for the operations. Also the rail bikes. Those are very expensive. They've invested a lot as well. So the rolling stock stakeholders, I guess for lack of a better word.
Yeah, that's great, Elaine, yeah. Clay, go ahead.
I was going to ask, you know, one of the things that we struggle with a little bit in Virginia City is a balance with authenticity because of the history and a need to maintain authenticity, but not to limit non-authentic activities and attractions. And I guess that would be a question is, are we tied to authenticity or are we able to maintain authenticity and still have the flexibility for some more creative things like rail bikes? You know, is that an important component? And this came to mind as you were asking about the visitor experience, you know, because that is what we have. That is what we have to offer. We're not an amusement park. We're a place where things actually happened. But that being said, we don't necessarily want to exclude other opportunities that potentially enhance or give a different experience. We just don't want to lose the authenticity as well.
That is something that I can speak to that on the state level because I came from Travel Nevada from the state level. That is very important to the visitor. And that's one thing I think Nevada does better than the rest of the western states, at least. People really do see us as a very authentic destination, but it's the people too that make Nevada such a wonderful place for, you know, folks to come and visit. So I'm with you on, I think we can maintain that level of authenticity, but with the rail bikes, what I really liked about the approach that we took is we've incorporated arts and sort of the cultural, the heritage, the historical aspect into that experience. So it's not just about going and pedaling at 27 miles an hour down down into the canyon, right? They get an overview of the history of this area. We tie Virginia City together with Carson City and Tahoe, and in the history, you know, kind of we're all intertwined, right? I think that played out really well for customers. I believe, Elaine, we got a lot of nice feedback about that experience. So I think we took something that, you're right, it's an outdoor recreational, you're not in the train, right, but you're on this rail bike, but you're getting a cultural experience at the same time. You've got a historical piece. I think there's the heritage of our respective communities is a part of that. We talk about the mills, right, when you go down to the canyon. I like that, as far as what we did. Go ahead, Elaine.
And to answer Clay as well, there were rail bikes back in the 1800s. In fact, Sutra Tunnel had even tourism rides back in the 1800s. So it fits the definition.
Perfect. So it sounds like an element of authenticity is important regardless of what we do. Is that a fair statement?
I absolutely think so. We just made them a little safer today than they were back in the 1800s. So that's all. Yeah. Yeah, please, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I just actually have a question, Elaine. I'm curious as we look through this and we look at our stakeholders and we look at the results that we're hoping for. Have we kept any statistics on like where the individuals, the riders have come from so that we can say that we're drawing in from one place or another just as a basis for information as to where we're headed? Are we getting a large population of people to come ride the rail bikes from out of the area, or is it mostly a local attraction and that can help us also gear towards our goals?
Yes, we do keep track. What I can say that's made it more difficult if they don't give us their addresses is people take their cell phones with them, whether they go from one state to the other. So we can't define them by their phone numbers any longer. And that used to make it really simple. So if they give us their addresses, we do. And then also people will volunteer. And as far as tourism versus regional is mainly like Polar Express. As far as excursion trains up to Virginia City, that's majority are tourists. And then the rail bikes are even split.
Go ahead, Angie. Yeah.
Okay, as the person that answers the phone, and Mike and I would help people at will call, I've been dying to say this, our external customers, the public, the tourists, we do have local, but we have them from all over the world, not just nationwide. We had people at our last train ride from Poland that were so excited about our steam train. We had sisters from Italy, so we hear all the languages going on in there. We had South Africa. We have Bonanza Club enthusiasts. They're not even related. They just, all they know is Bonanza. They got to go to Virginia City. They got to ride our train. And that is universal. And again, it's not just one club. There's multiple Bonanza clubs out there. And then veterans groups, car clubs. We've had people already calling months ago, wanted their wedding on the train. So I referred them, of course, to Tom's train. But I mean, that's who calls. It's not just who you think. Yes, it's the person that lived here 10 years and they've never ridden the train and by golly, they got to do it. So that's neat to capture the person that's already a resident. But the people, it is nationwide and worldwide. And I've already gotten several calls, and almost 100 probably, since our season shut down, people planning, hoping COVID's going to be no longer an issue, wanting to ride our train. And they're already calling, they're coming from Arkansas, they're coming from Florida, they're coming from all over. And you can also tell by the accents, not just the phone number, but they tell me where they are. And then there's train enthusiasts. So just to let you know.
Well, maybe this is an opportunity for us to do a better job of maybe capturing zip and postal code information at the point of ticketing as well. So if we, I know what you're saying about the phone numbers, but maybe that could be a part of our ticketing process, which would be great to have that kind of information.
Right now, it is voluntary. If they give us their address, it's mainly their email address we're after and their phone number, just so that we can contact them. But we cannot definitely set it up to where they have to fill in the address portion as well.
Or at least a zip, a postal code. We can work with that on a CRM level. So, yeah.
We can get that from the credit cards.
Oh.
So there you go.
Well, there we go.
I can actually pull the data. Good idea. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering and had a discussion with a constituent about about the split out between what you'd call more general tourists and more of the rail fan or rail enthusiast. And if we feel like a focus on one or the other group is beneficial, is something that we should be looking at, because I believe that the motivation for the visit and the ride and the desired experience is very different between those two groups.
Agree. Yeah, so I can speak on behalf of Visit Carson City. We have our sort of rail enthusiast or our train buffs. They're a niche audience for us, so they're not in our standard, messaging, but we treat them like as a niche audience, just because you kind of need to get at them a little differently.
Yeah.
They respond differently to marketing in a different way.
But I also know, and I guess, numbers of visitors don't necessarily tell the whole tale, because someone who is enthusiastic about something is willing to pay for an exclusive experience on a much higher level than your general tourist. And so very different profiles. And as we talk about kind of the mission and then the goals, thinking about, is part of this that we want to, because it's a historic railroad, do we want to cultivate that side of things and find ways to make sure that it's a substantial driver economically, or do we let it continue to be a niche? I don't know how big it is currently, but and be kind of a more minor component of what we're doing.
And if I may, that's a good example of a goal, maybe to provide, one of your goals may be to provide an authentic experience for the rail enthusiast. Okay, now what do you need to do? Then you're going to split that out. And your measures, when you start looking at some of that information, if you do an event for the rail enthusiast, then you'll be able to collect that and find out if you're getting to that segment of the population.
Linda, looking at, listening to Clay, what you just said, and then looking at our, the difference between the customers, if you break it down between special events and just the regular excursion and the attendance or the ridership, it's three, we start talking about an experience, what people like.
Yeah.
Whether it's not, Polar Express is going to skew that, but you factor in a couple other things on that we've done, and that Tom just done in Virginia City, like the train of lights and the theme trains, the wine trains. Event ridership is probably more than 3 times just a regular ridership this summer. So
Versus just an excursion,
Yep.
having it themed.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, maybe less is more, for us to consider, moving forward as far as the train operations as well. We have very specific things that we are focusing in on, and it could be around existing holidays or particular weekends, because, something we're doing in Carson City as well. There are a lot of weekends, and during the summer, right, we're packed, setting aside COVID, and you just can't possibly do another event. You can't add something else. And so we're trying to look at these shoulder seasons and how do we, kind of bring things to fruition throughout the course of the year. I realize it's a little different with the train, right, because we're not running if there's 2 feet of snow on the tracks, but maybe there's something we can do around that as well, just to kind of move the pieces around, for the months that we can have the operations run.
Well, and I think that's the genesis of my question about what's the appetite and what meets the need, right? Because we're in a similar boat, right? We have huge, one of our biggest challenges in Virginia City is scaling up and scaling down from the slowest of the dead times to the biggest of the events, and how can we make sure that what we're doing here complements and meets the need, so that there's a continued desire to commit both funding and time and energy to making it work.
Totally agree. Yeah, I completely agree.
Shoot. Okay, I've got a pretty good list to start working on some goals here. And does the commission have any other comments? Additions?
Anybody from the audience too? Please, don't all race up to the microphone at the same time and fight over it. But no, seriously, anybody on the WebEx as well, please throw any ideas you have out.
Commissioners, if I may.
Yeah, please. Molly, go ahead.
For the record, this is Molly Ellery with her Jensen Partners. And I had the hand raise function, but I don't know if everyone was able to see that. Sorry, I'm all blurry. But so a couple of thoughts on our end. from the marketing and collecting some of that back end data. So to the point of where we're seeing customers from, a large majority of our customers are coming from surrounding counties, but also from Northern California. And then to Angie's point, we are seeing a large amount of customers come from out of country. And we're seeing that they're engaging not only with our marketing outreach, but then they're also following through and purchasing tickets. So we are able to track that data on our end. But then to the point about what kind of draw we have and the authenticity, I know on our end, what we were seeing was that our traditional train rides were performing well, but never well enough, I guess is the best way to say. We weren't every single weekend selling out to that 210 mark that would have made us 100% profitable, but we were pretty much always doing right around 150 seats. So I think scaling that ride down would be in our best interest, because our special events, when we weren't over offering them and when we were offering a myriad of different things, were doing very well almost every single time. And then obviously the rail bikes themselves were a huge draw, and it was attracting a different type of customer. We weren't getting some of the enthusiasts and the retirees as much, but we were getting the people who really wanted to see the great outdoors and people with families, and it was drawing in a different crowd. And then we saw with our special events, they were selling out fairly quickly. So on the marketing end of things, based on what we were seeing with all of the advertising that we were doing, those would be our recommendations as well.
Thank you, Molly. Sorry about the hand raising thing. I haven't been trained on the system yet. So the thing was flashing and I kept pushing clear hand raise because I didn't know who was doing it, because everybody was just looking at me in here. So sorry about that. Go ahead, Elaine.
Okay,
And then the mayor's going to come up too after you, Elaine. Okay.
Perfect, okay. So just to clarify, so during the season, if Tom would give us the third car if we needed it, but we only marketed it to up to 145 people, and then we took it off, the ticket sales off. So if we could have sold more, we wouldn't have known that because it showed us sold out. So we were purposely pushing towards just 2 passenger cars full, because using the steam engine, it would really tire that, the 29. So during that, our main season, the majority of all of our rides were on purposely limited to 2 passenger cars, which is between the 142 to 150. And then I would call Tom. I do want to give you guys this interesting point, though, because we had always assumed that it was an elderly market that was attracted to the excursion trains or the older market. We did do an analysis on how many senior tickets we sold, and the majority were adults, meaning under 65. And even during Polar Express, it was a 4 to 1 children, 4 adults to 1 child. So that was a little different as well. And we had a couple furry
They
children.
want to see the kid.
But our trains were not the senior citizen tickets. I was shocked once we did the analysis and found that we didn't sell a lot of 65 and above in comparison. I should say we sold a lot, just not in comparison of those adults.
Mayor?
So just as a thought or an idea, I'm in lots and lots of organizations, and I think that we're really missing the boat that we do not market specific train rides, like we're going to have a veteran celebration, and so the train's going to be red, white, and blue bunting. I don't see a lot of packaging to nonprofits so that they can partner and really do something neat. They're constantly in Carson City looking for space to hold a meeting, but I know I attend a lot of conferences. And so I'll just say, I'm going to do Daughters of the American Revolution, and it's going to be a statewide thing, and I'm bringing 200 people in from all over the United States, and I would love to have an excursion train. So I think you might want to put a stakeholder or a customer, as conventions or things like that you can add this as a component to offer, hey, come do your Friday night event on the train. And then that will get talked about.
That's a great idea.
They'll say, oh my God, I went to Carson City to a conference and we took a train ride
Yeah.
and really, so I think convention, whatever,
Yeah.
I just
Or
want to.
like groups, like small groups.
Yes.
Or, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
all
I don't know Penny what the
those-
right word might be, but.
And
yeah.
that you really link those in with, the Nugget and the Fandango and whoever's booking those. And your room people know when they've done a group
Right. 'Cause it'll be
code
coded
on.
out, yeah.
I'm just working on one right
Yeah.
now, but when they're doing a group code, it should be a package that with the Visitors Bureau and the train, we're putting that all together. And so depending on the amount of time, if they need to fill a Saturday, then you take the train all the way into Virginia City. I mean, it's just a huge market that is the perfect fit size to the train,
Yeah.
right? If I need 200, is that what I'm hearing? I need,
Yep.
where do I need the train to be? I got to fill it with 200 people, and that's the perfect hotspot?
Elaine, is
I
that
mean-
where it changes if we're running the 18? Because then we can go to the 3 cars, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, with the
And it
18, we
gives us more
could go to
capacity.
the 210 easily. And
210 people?
Exactly, because it basically costs the same to run a train, with the exception, you add those additional bodies, to break even, we need 150 passengers.
Oh, see, I
Just
think
to
that
break even,
150
you
to
go-
200 is
Yeah, that 150
spot
to 200.
on
that's
to your
sweet spot.
conventions.
Yep, exactly.
So just wanted
Well,
to,
and maybe that gives us an opportunity, Mayor, then to provide additional experiences. Maybe we tie in the Railroad Museum or the State Museum or Piper's, they take a show in right up in Virginia City. So how do we, for the two of us, as the primary, kind of funders, as you said, Clay, put together a really nice weekend or a midweek package opportunity? And we would know this in advance too, right? I mean, in advance if you're working on a group, and we coordinate with Tom, and maybe we work rail bikes in, one day
I
as
think
well.
you work whatever the season is, because I know when I go to conferences, like I said, I go to a bunch. They always have an event or an excursion hooked with it, that the spouses and the rest of the family, and what does that do? It entices more to come, so that it isn't, so we call it husbands of DAR, but it doesn't matter. But we truly create events for the rest of the family, and they get their little registration package. And so I just think we're missing the boat if we're not trying to not just bring the one person from the convention. I want the whole family to come, because while I'm in my meetings,
Yep.
my husband's spending money.
Well,
You
and
know,
that's
so-
that's the same.
Or the other way around.
Yeah, that's the same approach we're trying to take too with sporting events like tournaments, right? Soccer and baseball. What do we do, outside of when they're just playing on the field? And we're getting that feedback from our surveys. They want to know, visitors want to know, what can we do before the game or after the game or that evening?
But
So-
anything you can do to
Yeah.
link it into the registration package, that's really what I'm recommending. That
Yeah.
I am the person picking my cafeteria and saying, okay, I want 1 lunch, 2 dinners, the
Like-
ride on the VNT.
like kind of
a
one-stop
horseback-
shop. Yeah.
Horseback thing, and I just write one fee to the convention
Yep.
thing, and then they've made a deal with
With
rail
all the
bikes or,
attractions,
yeah.
yeah.
So just recommend that that's something we have not really dialed in as an opportunity. And I think there's far more of those out there than you recognize.
No,
There's a
that's great.
ton of little, small meetings and conventions and,
Excellent
Anyway.
feedback.
Could I ask on that topic? I know Tom does some private trains and things like that, and I guess I'm trying to get a feeling for, I don't want to conflict, right, with private business that's already happening, and capacity and desire to add in more of that kind of stuff. I just, if you don't mind kind of giving us your take on doing more of this kind of thing through the commission. Do you see that as a conflict? Do you see that, and secondly, capacity to do that kind of stuff, if you don't mind? Yeah.
Tom Gray, E&T Railroad. This thing was built to help extend what we're doing. We had a great business model, come to Nevada, ride the steam train. Bonanza's on the air. And one of the things that, about this area is to get people over the hill, over the Sierras, used to be, you had this beautiful lake, a world-class lake. You had Reno, Nevada. You had the gambling in Carson City, the state capital, place to stay. And then you had Virginia City, it was on Bonanza. And we had this steam train, and it was really a popular thing, and it would bring people over the Sierras. And then, over the decades, things have happened, and now, the Indian gaming came here, you don't need to go over the Sierras, and Northern California's huge. This area is getting huge. I just drove through Reno, and I couldn't believe all the new houses, so I'm kind of behind the times. But so when I do something, I try to, I look at the long line operation and the brand. It's kind of my brand, my business idea, but that's something that we can't do. And so now we have this kind of Pullman cars, varnished seats, take your time, drive a few hours, come to Nevada, ride the train up to Virginia City for the day. You got the Reno experience, you got the Carson Valley experience, Lake Tahoe. So it's kind of brings everybody here, but it's a little bit different brand. We're going every day in Virginia City. We run a lot of people. I kind of have to do what this whole room's doing right now for the commission in a way, I do a little bit of engineering. We're lifting the track in Gold Hill right now to get 4.4% grade out of it, and we have a big movie work coming up with Apple, and so I'm doing that. I'm selling train tickets, bottled waters, I got parts from Washington for the steam engine coming in. I got the 18 over here, so. But to answer your question, there's a lot of things that when people come to Carson's, I look at this as being the train thing, in the customer's mind. This is when in 2008, when the first trains were running, I answered all the phone calls, and, I direct people, what do you want to do? Are you looking to ride the new train? You want to come, you have a day, you want to come to Virginia City, And so I try to direct the customer to how much time and money and the experience that they want. And people do both all the time. People ride the Polar, they ride the Candy Cane train. And so, a lot of times NCOT has a special tour and they want to showcase the area. So pick them up in Carson City, we bring them to Virginia City and back. So it's kind of a combination of both. Sometimes it's easier for me to do it up on the hill with the weddings or, figure out a specialized thing. Or sometimes the camel race is going on, so it's kind of a balance.
So just to make sure I understand, you don't see it as an inherent conflict. Basically, we can kind of balance the two out and figure out where it fits best.
I can do that. I don't know if you can.
Okay, thank you.
And
I know you're capable of that.
This is focused on the commission, but I kind of, and that's kind of, I try
Great.
to be very fair about it.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not doing any harm. You know what I mean? I don't want to create a natural conflict where there's a pick and choose. I think there's a lot more.
We want to complement each other. And, we have
100%.
synergies. You have a
100%.
huge marketing program down there, and I get
Yeah.
It's easy for me to fire up the train right now.
Yeah.
One day the commissioner called me up and said, "Hey, can you fire up the train for the vice president?" I go, "Yeah, which vice president?" That was Biden about 10 years ago. And so it's like, yeah, we can do that. Sure.
Yeah.
And you'll see under Virginia and Truckee Railroad as one of the stakeholders, I did indicate a coordinated and successful operation. So absolutely, the coordination has to take place and success has to happen to both sides of that track.
Yeah,
So,
and I think if we're all working collaboratively and we're flexible, and kind of laying some things out to the benefit of all of us, I think that, I love this idea, so.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Austin, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Yeah, Austin Osborne, Story County. I pretty much, Commissioner Mitchell already mentioned it with Tom a little bit as, potentially looking at those two different needs of both jurisdictions and having custom types of operations that are, in Carson City that really work for them. And the same thing up here with Tom. I can't claim it to be my idea. It's been discussed by others, including Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Dotson, I believe. But, that's something that might really be beneficial, and not just looking at the overall train experience, but what specifically happens in Carson City with certain events, what happens up here on top of the hill for other events, and then maybe, those special long runs that go for, certain programs.
No, I think that's great. And I can throw an example out. We have a gravel grinder race, hopefully, fingers crossed, coming up in September. And the folks that are putting that event on, they've inquired about actually having a train for the participants and their families. What they would love to do is to load their gravel grinder or their mountain bikes, whatever bikes they want to take, have us bring the bikes up. They spend, a couple hours in Virginia City, and then they want to ride back down to Carson City. So this is a group of people that ordinarily may not ride the train, in this case. And, we talked a little bit about a rail bike opportunity. They want to do competitions, right? How fast can we pedal down in the canyon? But yeah, I think, there are some very unique opportunities, and with enough advanced planning, maybe we could figure something out around that. So that's kind of going to Mayor, about the groups, right? In this case, we have a bike event coming in, and they've expressed some interest in doing that. And I liked what you said about the one-stop shopping, because that's the one troublesome part for us, right? Because we're not a ticketing entity, as a CTA. How do we allow people to say, yeah, I want to ride the train, or I want to do the rail bikes, or I want, taking a show, Pipers, whatever, I want to go to the Railroad Museum, so they can just click, and then it's a one single charge right on their credit card. That part, admittedly, I can't come to terms with, because we ourselves as the DMO, we can't do that, right? So I know that ticketing is a little bit of a hang up, right? And then and I could use the folks at Bike Monkey as an example. We're trying to figure out, how do we actually do that, or do they do that, and then work with the partners, that work with Tom, maybe, work with the rail bike operation, whatever the case may be, and pull that all together, so then the revenue's being split out, to all the participating attractions.
I think the concept, though, as well, of kind of a hybrid experience is a huge one. And, Denny's pointed out several times that, we're dealing with people with people's attention span has shortened quite a bit. And so a hybrid experience where the train is one component of that may attract a whole lot more people than a train ride up, a train ride down, which is beyond many people's attention span, where train ride is one component. It's so cool. And then they get to do this other thing they love, as part of it. Lots of opportunity.
Well, and I always say too, maybe you leave the visitor wanting a little something more, so maybe we get a second trip that we wouldn't ordinarily have had. So maybe it's a shorter, because there's an event going on, so they can only do a ride, let's say, but maybe they want to come back and try something a couple months later, 3 months later. Well, that's an inherent benefit for all of us, right? Because that's incremental. It's an incremental trip in this case, but then incremental revenue as well, so.
Are you saying drop them off? Don't bring them all the way back. Make them make them walk the last mile.
Well, maybe half mile. They can use the outside exercise and be spaced out, social distancing. Anybody else? I'm sorry. Anybody want to say anything? Go ahead. Yeah, come on up, Ken. It's on.
Again, for the record, Ken Dorr, just an opportunity maybe to list a couple stakeholders as volunteers and nonprofit organizations. The reason is we always want as much volunteer effort or donations as we possibly can, and we've been successful in 3 or 4 cases where we've had contractors donate material and effort to the project, and then be able to actually turn around, and we were able to work with one of the nonprofit 501c3s, and they were able to donate or write off some of that work on the project. James Clark's organization, I believe, is still active, and he helped us with a project a couple of years ago. I don't know if the B&T Railway Foundation is still a 501c3. I think they are not, but again, it's nice having that help, both in fundraising and also a place where, by the way, if you want to donate $100,000 worth of effort to this project, you can take it off on your taxes, so.
That's great. Well, and maybe even just volunteers in a general sense, like docents, to assist with the train operations. Obviously there are hundreds of volunteers that make up the Division of Museums and History system, right, with their facility. So I think that's, I don't know, Tom, that would help to your benefit as well, but something we certainly look at. And you talk about what a better ambassador than people who are volunteering and participating, and they're digging out pulling in ties, whatever, whatever we can do within reason, right? But what a cool, maybe an experiential type opportunity, right, for people as well. And then they get a free ride on a train or something, So that's great. Volunteers, wonderful. Thank you, Ken. Yes, go ahead, Stephanie. Yeah, sorry.
One other stakeholder that I just thought of, we should make sure we don't forget is the state of Nevada and their railroad museum, because I think with the train enthusiasts and just, children in education in general, being able to tie the two experiences together is important as well and support each other in the endeavors.
Excellent. And we did meet, I want to say, a little over a year ago with Peter, I think was still here at the time. Elaine, we had a meeting, brought in some stakeholders within Carson City. We've talked, there's some opportunities, I think, too, with the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center Museum. Not trying to make it all about Carson City, but then we have the prison, the Nevada State Prison coming online with public tours as well. So we have these really unique cultural assets, and maybe we tie that in, and it's part of the whole overarching visitor experience. So, yeah, no, thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, any others? This is a great
Anybody?
list.
Yeah.
This gives some, let me bring my other presentation so I can explain what, there we go. Some next steps on this. So for each one of those combinations of, here's your stakeholder, here's your, let me start this from the current. We're going to build some goals and objectives, okay? So for a visitor, we want a unique experience. For the rail enthusiast, we want an authentic experience. For each one, then we want to ask everybody to give us what they see as what opportunities are out there to provide that experience, what threats are there to being able to provide that experience, what do you have internal in terms of your contracts, of your assets that are strengths, and what weaknesses you have. When we gather all of that information, and under this also getting some of the data as far as ridership and some of the information that we can garner from past seasons, we grab that also. But when we look at that, then we would take a look at, okay, here's your internal strengths, here's your external opportunities. Put those together, that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the stuff that you should be able to really hold on to and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and implement this. This is going to be one of our first initiatives. Where you've got a list of opportunities, but you don't quite have that weakness, it's an area of growth. That's where you go look for maybe the contractors, the talent that you need to pull it off to be able to take advantage of the opportunity. When you have a threat to whatever that goal is, again, looking at the specifics, and you have a strength, then okay, how do we use that strength we have to stand up against that threat? And then there's the unfortunate area where you're going to have external threats and weaknesses, and oh darn, what do we do? That's an area of concern. But it's something you have to acknowledge. Know that it's something that could come up so you can be prepared and you're not surprised by it later on, okay? So the next steps, what I'm suggesting is you've given us a lot of information. So take each one of those, I will form them as regular goals, but all that input, send that out in it would be on the V&T Railway website. It'd be a survey type of a tool where somebody can go in and say, okay, for this goal, this is what I see as your weaknesses, your threats, and really give you that input. Then I put that input together, come back to you with it, and then that's going to give you the information you need to say, okay, we're going to launch and we're going to start offering, for example, convention packages or whatever those things are. So you can start looking at what you think based on the information you have from ridership in the past, the information you get from everybody out there, what is the best way to proceed. And that's going to be the bones around your strategic plan.
So, Linda, just a quick question. If we're going to put that on the V&T, I mean, Denny, could you put that, could we do something on our respective business websites as well and drive people, because we're going to have a digital survey, right?
Yes, I'll have a link for it.
Yeah, we could share that and maybe reach out to our own constituencies or?
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay.
Yeah. And then are we talking about to to the general public and to merchants?
Yes, and-
The
and what
same
I-
survey or same questions, or they
It
would
would
be
be
different?
the same questions, but I would be able to identify the responses. Okay, so if you want to know what all the businesses think, here's that information.
Yeah.
So you'll have an
Yeah, because I'm thinking we would use different collectors, right? So maybe we
Mhm.
have one that's geared toward the public versus our industry partners, but if we set up different collectors, we could have the same
could do
questions,
that.
but we would
Mhm.
know based on
On like
collector
Survey
IDs.
Monkey type, just a qualifier, you click here,
Yeah.
you get these questions, click here, you get these
Yeah.
questions.
Right, I
Yeah,
can do that.
I think it'd be nice to know who's responding, you know, and
Because you want to know, yeah, what stakeholder, what is this group's stakeholders, what do they think?
Yeah.
You need to know that.
Yeah, and then so we're talking about residents, right, you know, in our respective jurisdictions, but then what about visitors too? You know, is it something, like I would have no problem sharing, I think we've got, I don't know,
That's
10,
what
12,000
I was
people.
assuming, yeah, visitors, one
Yeah,
for
in our
visitors, one
database.
for merchant/resident.
Yeah.
You're asking pretty much the same question. What do you see, for example, for a visitor, you may say, you know, we want to give you a memorable experience or, you know, some of those things. What was some of our strengths in doing that? Where were we weak? You know,
Yeah.
what are some opportunities that you see as a visitor? So their response is going to come from a different angle, but the question is going to be pretty much the same.
And that would not necessarily go out to the general public, but towards past ticket holders.
Yes. Yeah, you direct.
Even be better to past ridership, right, to different, and then I like the idea, like with visitors, it'd be nice to know, you're right, if they haven't, are they aware of the train or the rail bikes? Like, I think I could definitely help with some questionnaire development on that front, but it would
Okay.
be certainly nice, because that would help guide us, just inform us about potential audiences and potential visitors. I don't want to talk forever, but Stephanie, you go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to add, if the intent was it be one survey with the same questions, but we're trying to capture who's the respondent, that could certainly be done in a
Oh,
drop
easily.
down of the survey, and then that way we could all press out or push out on our social media through our websites the link to that, and then we'd be able to capture multiple audiences.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And, sorry, go ahead, Elaine.
Just to make a point, it's naturally going to happen. I know that because we share a name, we're going to end up getting information that's more relevant to Tom and Tom's operation and vice versa. So what we could do is anything that, we have to have it really defined. of,
Defined,
You know, which organization we are. And then when we do get feedback, it should just be, Tom, would you like that? Feedback that comes in and it has more to do with the small train, or should we just weed that out?
Well, it's still the train thing to people, you know, and even though you're focused on the Carson City, you're focused kind of on both.
Mhm.
And I think you should just find out about the train thing, you know, even the railroad museum. I mean, you know, that's, you know, we have.
Tom, will you? Tom, will you come up? Sorry, just so they can hear you on the WebEx, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Tom Gray, Virginia Truckee Railroad. Yes, it's the train thing, so that's a good idea. I mean, you don't have to eliminate me or let me know what people say about the short line, but it's the train thing. People want to know, and, you know, I think you can ask questions that are relevant to both and help both out and share that information.
And we would certainly share every bit of that information because, yeah. it'd be helpful.
Absolutely. I think we could even have a drop down, allow people to check what have they done. Short line, candy train, you know, Polar Express, rail bikes. I think it'd be great to understand for people that are responding, what have they actually done? That would be very helpful information, I think. So if we tie that in too, well, okay, I don't want to get into questionnaire design, but I have some really cool ideas. So anyway, I got really cool things that will help.
If it's okay with the commission, then I could work with David and Denny on this
Yeah.
visitor specific, because those may
Sure.
look a little different. You may want more information. And while we're out there surveying, we might as well get exactly what you need.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
There've been a lot of past surveys, you know, the market's not changed that much. People, you know, on the weekend time, they bring their families that are visiting Carson City to ride up to Virginia City or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I'd offer also if you have any, if Tom has any, if there's anything you want to know from people, be happy to add it onto the survey.
Please, yeah. Tom, if there's some specific questions, yeah, you would like to incorporate,
Yeah.
let Linda know.
One thing I'm concerned about is if, some of these are running their course, you know, taking a steam train ride, if that's running its course, if that generation's kind of dying out more because, you know, all of our, in the 80s, we used to sell a lot of cups, and every one of them had a different railroad logo on it. And we sold the heck out of them. We don't sell them anymore, but everybody bought them for their uncle, their dad, their grandfather, because the railroads used to be the major employer up until, I don't know, 1980 or something, and that generation of people is gone. And I realized something else that, you know, Reno Gazette's been doing lots of stories on us for a long time, almost a half a century. And I don't know, 10 years ago, I met a third generation person that was doing that. And so, you know, it's really changing, and it's good to capture that.
Excellent, yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Blake.
So normally, you know, the process of creating the strategic plan, I think, you know, I want to make sure we don't put the cart before the horse. We're in kind of a unique situation where we have some substantial changes happening internally to our organization. And I'm wondering if there's a way to address, normally this process would inform those choices as far as structure and who's involved and how, you know, how to proceed. And I'm wondering if there's a sense of urgency, if there's a, you know, if we need to somehow shortcut that, or if we feel like we have the time to let that process work out before we make decisions as far as personnel, staffing, how things are going to run going forward. Certainly the slow reopening from COVID gives us a bit of breathing room. I just want to make sure we're not caught flat-footed, things that we should be doing, you know, especially, for example, Elaine's contract being up in less than a month and those kind of things.
Sorry, Linda,
I
then
think
Denny.
that I would like to put a short window on the feedback loop, because, yeah, I've done surveys, you leave them out there for a month and people wait till the last week to fill them out. I mean, it's just better to let's get it and get it done. So I'd like to put just about a 2-week period on it and get something back to you so you can, since you are in that transition mode, and I agree, we want to get some answers to you.
Yeah, agreed. Denny, go ahead.
No, that was my concern too, Clay. I think it's a yes and no answer. I think that there are a couple things in my mind. One of them we had put on the agenda was to talk about maybe a partial replacement for Elaine in some type of form, whatever that is. The second one was obviously our tentative budget. We got to turn that in. So those are two things that we got to do pretty quick. We don't have time to wait. That's like now. Outside of that, do we have to run a train on July 1st? Not really. Would we want to? Yeah. But we don't have to. We can do a special event train based on the guidelines for COVID or the restrictions at the time. We can do what we want. So that in that regard, we got some time to really work out what's best for us to go forward.
I agree. I think we have some flexibility, and COVID's still sort of hanging out there, right? Dictating some of what we can't do right now. So, yeah. Linda?
So what I'll do is, again, I'll put this together and I'll get the survey put together, work with you two. You can put the final okay on it and we'll send it out and then schedule another workshop where I can bring the results back to you and we'll start really identifying those tactics, what things you want to get done.
Yeah. Is there any way that the commission would like to go? Would you like to have would we like to combine everything together in what would be the normal quotes around that, but the last Thursday meeting? Do we want to try and do a special meeting before that, like another workshop the week before? Should we just pull everything into one meeting like we did today? Any thoughts?
I think it helps for us to combine the meeting, I guess is my opinion, in the sense that there's a lot going on right now with legislative session and everything else. But if there is a need for a special meeting, and I think maybe some of our agenda items that we're going to get to later today might gauge that, then I certainly would be open to doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that same comments. I think there's a couple items here. We get those addressed and can move forward. I think we're okay combining it to one meeting going forward.
Perfect.
I think.
That personally, I would kind of prefer that just because I'm sensitive to everyone's time. I mean, I'm grateful for everybody coming here today and participating, and I certainly don't want to make folks have to do 2 more meetings, right? If we could do it in one on that last Thursday. So, okay, no, that's, Clay, are you?
Yeah,
comfortable
yeah,
with
that makes good sense. And I think maybe we check in right as we wrap up our regular meeting today and see if
Yeah.
we feel like we've accomplished what we need to and make a
That
final
sounds
call
good.
there.
Oh, wow. Well, that was
That's it.
easy. Gee.
You're done.
And look at that.
For right now.
We're on time. I mean, I've got 2 minutes to play with for the next meeting at the end of the month. Well, I want to thank every one of you, really, on the WebEx and who've come in the room and on the phone. Thank you very much for participating today. I mean, this is really informative. I think this is going to help us. We do have a lot of changes coming here in the short term, and I also think in the long term. So I want to thank everybody. And if anybody has any last comments, I was going to suggest that we take just a brief recess to let everybody kind of get out of the room, and then we've got other vendors that we need to bring online on the WebEx. So maybe we just take 5 minutes, if that's okay with everyone. So thank you again to all of you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. We're going to resume the public meeting for the Nevada Commission for the Reconstruction of the V&T Railway. We are now on agenda item number 7 for possible action Discussion and possible action regarding the scope of services to be included in a request for proposal for hiring a V&T Railway Operations Coordinator. So Elaine, I'm going to kick it to you to get us started.
Okay. Well, thank you. I worked last night and pretty much took apart my job description and then added some things that I'm currently doing. Not everything, I did it with help. So Angie was my assistant. But because Angie is an employee, of course, Zephyrcom not renewing its contract, that eliminates her position as well. So I added those tasks to what I gave you were 2 job descriptions. Not exactly how we divvy those up currently now, but it's something to be considered. For example, as Denny indicated, what needs to be done right away. And that would include the operations coordinator position or duties. Those are things that I could see being needed right away if the trains were to come back right away, or if you guys decided that, depending on what you decide today with Freedom Rail, but there are things just as simple as answering the phone, submitting the vouchers, checking the mail. There are the little things that need to be done as far as, maintaining the facilities, making sure that the rodent control service is there, and then maintaining the ticketing website. There are certain things and getting things ready to go. So that would be a person that would be at the depot, doing the day-to-day, dealing with the customers, more or less. But then, as far as the first page, or the director position, that's somebody that would work specifically with the commissioners. They would set up and prepare for the meetings, making sure that the minutes were done. They would be working to help with the budget, and just the simple things like that. So the vouchers, approving the vouchers, and getting those coded, doing the weekly bank deposits, deciphering the bank statement, meaning putting everything, all of the payments that are coming in, into their various categories, so that Story County can reconcile the bank statement, helping to develop the annual budget, just keeping the commission on task for what needs to be done for the commission. And then maybe after you've decided at what level you're going to hire, you have more of a job description there. But again, just to get you started, I would say the operations coordinator position could include aspects of both duties, depending on what you see as being necessary based on the decisions as far as the train schedule and what you decide as far as the rail bikes. But this, I just came up with this last night. Oh, and then also there are security cameras there, which we watch, and they give us notice whenever there's somebody out at the depot, if there's movement.
Okay.
And we also have, as you know, a person living out there right now that is there until we open for the season.
Okay.
And we have had issues at the depot. I will tell you, we've had police officers out there a few times, and that was, thank goodness, that we, because of the fact that we had those security cameras, we were actually able to have footage of some of the incidences that occurred out there. And those two would need to be monitored. And then, of course, the email, the info at email, and then, just the upkeep there. So that I didn't add to the list, but that I would put under operations coordinator to maintain the emails that are coming in at info at, and then also watching the security cameras for any emergencies.
No, Elaine, this is great. I appreciate you pulling this together for us to take a look at and kind of pick through and maybe add to, take away from, and come up with, give you some direction to assist us with an RFP, that we can get out the door sooner than later, right? So we don't have a big gap here from when Elaine leaves to having someone on board. So I will open it up. Any commissioners want to interject or throw some ideas out there, please? Go ahead, Denny.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and Elaine, thank you for being proactive on this and putting together some basic job description here and duties. Obviously, number one, I think is going to determine on really where we go forward. Are we going to do this ourselves a little bit, kind of as we have been, or are we going to look to a contractor to do some of these things? And some of that will play into it. Obviously, there's some of it that's going to be what we're going to have to handle here as a commission. It's our responsibility to do. So I would, just be in favor of taking this as a starting point, adding and subtracting to it, like you said, and kind of thinking about it as we go out to what I would guess, a RFP for a contractor. We can't have an employee, so a contractor of some type to do X, Y, Z. But again, probably knowing that there will be a transition and that there'll be some flex as we move into maybe a permanent status of how we're going to operate.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and I should have said, yeah, there's definitely contractor, not an actual, employee, but yeah, RFP for contract for independent services. So go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to ask, I think I might have a different sheet than you guys because my sheets are shorter, or is it? Just want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing.
No, they're both, are they short? What does yours look like?
Okay, yours is longer. Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Sorry,
I've got the
apologize.
short one too.
One of the things that I was just going to kind of throw out there as a question to the commission is, and this is something that we did similarly with a different commission in the city, is do we want to look towards a temporary, that we need somebody to help us get through this transition. We have things that we know need to continue, like you said, the budget, our strategic planning and deciding where we're headed with this. Somebody has to answer the phones and emails and pay the bills. But do we want to initially maybe put out a call for somebody to do this in it would be a contract, obviously, but for a shorter term period until we decide ultimately where we're headed?
Are you thinking maybe between now and the end of the fiscal year as far as duration? And then just a second question, would that change our process, or are we still looking at an RFP though? Or would it be, then we'd have to go based on value?
Yeah, I think we would still be looking at an RFP, and I guess I'm open to time frame, just because I think we have one more month that we have Elaine with us, and then obviously in order for us to move forward in April, May, and June, we need somebody to be assisting us in putting together the agenda, and taking care of all of those other administrative things. So potentially it could be to the next fiscal year. I guess I leave that for discussion, but just because I kind of feel like if our goal was to next meeting, and I think this is where we were headed, next meeting, review what that RFP might look like so that we can put it out there. Are we going to be ready? And I think this is what Clay was saying is, are we going to be ready to commit to that person as to what our direction for the commission is? And I'm not sure we will be ready.
Yeah, I think you're right. Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, and I'm thinking maybe to the end of the fiscal year might be a little short, because assuming we have some sort of season this season, but I really like the idea, Stephanie, of something, a transition person, if you will, because they, especially when you've got someone new coming in, they may end up being a long-term fix for us, but they're not having to commit to that up front, and we're not having to feel like without a clear direction, we're having to commit to someone long-term, right? We can hire someone that can get us through, and we can kind of get to know each other a bit, and and then maybe it turns into something else, or we open it back up. Either way, but you know, I don't know if it. Yeah, you know, I think then the conversation, if there's support for this, then the conversation is time frame and what makes the most sense.
Maybe we do something to the end of the calendar year, and if we wrote the RFP in such a way that allowed for an extension if we like the person that we contracted with, so we don't have to, I'd hate to have to go through, just personally, I'd hate to go through another process like 6 months from now to start. So go ahead, Denny.
Okay, I was holding this card for the right time, so I'll throw this out here, and I think we might have an answer. Within the MOU that Story County has, there is a little caveat in there for my office to provide some admin support. Okay, not necessarily for free, but I think that we can have some time in there, and we can probably work something out that would be advantageous for the V&T as a transition. That might give us another month or two to work with our next workshop to see where we're headed. Maybe that will define the scope a little bit more. If we are we going to go with another operator, do it ourselves, what have you? Give us a little time. And when I say that, I'm not saying about everything. I'm just saying that we could throw some hours out of my office, which is within the MOU, to help with a little transition, just as an option.
Well, I don't know that we have the same thing with Visit Carson City, but I mean, I too would offer up. Chris could certainly help, you know, with agendas and I don't want to say a bunch of stuff for Chris to have to do or my team, but I'd be happy to pick up some of the slack as well. You know,
I guess
don't know how we do that, but you know, or we just do it.
Maybe,
you know,
maybe it's something where we still work on drafting an RFP, work on it over the next month.
Sure.
See where this next meeting goes and see clearly what direction maybe we're going to head. We can define that job description a little bit more when we're interviewing somebody, saying, okay, this is really what we're going to do. But yeah, we still have that transition help, whether it's my office or yours, Dave, just to get us there. So we're not making a quick decision. I know we need to do some stuff right now, but I think that might be a solution.
Sure. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I think just my only concern is the budget preparation and who's gonna lead that up, because again, I think that we could provide some support at the city manager's office for agendas and that sort of thing as well. But I think looking at the budget and moving that forward might be a bigger project for someone, and so just curious who's volunteering for that part.
Well, I guess I've been there before. It's been a few years that I've started this process with Joel and myself, and I am the treasurer. My staff can work with Jennifer and input it into the system and submit it to taxation. We'll have to work with Elaine here over the next week or two to make sure we're capturing everything. But and you talk about a budget. I mean, who knows where we're going? We just got to throw some stuff on there. We know it's going to change. It's going to change drastically, but we have to submit something, obviously. But I would say that my office can work on a tentative budget.
Could we get that back in front of us before we submit the tentative in April? Is it possible we could do just a or
I don't
shop
know.
that, or
I don't know if we can. We got to do that at a specific time on a tentative budget meeting. It has to be a specific time. And
I mean, I know we have the regular budget hearing for the last 11 days of May, but I'm just thinking for the tentative due in April.
Tentative is April or March. I thought it was March.
April. April.
It's April.
April's tentative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the final budget, of course, would be those last 11 days, right? The budget hearing we would do.
And depending on how stringent it is, we also need to do an augmented budget for this year, which shouldn't be bad because it's based on the projections that Denny asked me to do at the last meeting. I've worked those out. I'm waiting to get the February numbers so I can get a little more precise. That could be we'll just run with an augmented budget, then showing you what I've had in years past. It's just plugging in the correct numbers. But I just need to clarify, looking at the newest MOU, was the VCTC admin assistance still in there, or was that deleted?
That's a good question. I don't recall.
It was deleted.
But there still is it worded? It's worded Story County.
It could be worded Story County. But it's, could it be a motion by the commission? Does it have to be within an MOU that there's assistance from Story County and Carson City for administrative work?
It should be by motion.
It should be by motion, but it does not have to be on an MOU?
Repeat your question, please.
Does it have to be have assistance from Story County, Carson City? Does that have to be as formal as an MOU, or can that be done by motion of this commission?
Well, I think that the MOU is the safer approach because it's more specific, and it can be brought before the commission and they can vote on it, make changes to it if they want.
Well, and not only that, I'd say if there is no MOU, then potentially there would need to be some sort of intergovernmental, because we can't compel other agencies, other jurisdictions to do work for us. So there'd have to be an agreement on the other side if there's not one at this point.
That would involve
Yeah.
Story County, VC, Visit Carson City, and Consolidated Municipal.
Yeah, I think we can look real quick and see if it's specifically VCTC. If it says Story County, we're still a department underneath Story County. So I think we're still there to do things as needed.
But does that exclude us from helping since we don't have an MOU to provide any support? Or is that what you're, I just want to be sure, is that what you're getting at? We don't have one?
Yes, and then
the two of
if it's required or it's cleaner to have an MOU.
Okay.
But my question or my comment was, when we renewed the amendment, or we amended the previous MOU and did all those changes just a year ago, was VCTC's admin assistance still part of that MOU? And that's what my question had been. But if it is, as Denny's indicating, that it's all Story County, there is an MOU to get assistance from Story County.
Okay. Are you guys comfortable with that, though? Or, I mean, I still want to be able to try and help, but do we need to put something in place then between ourselves and the commission? I don't feel, I don't want you to take this whole thing on.
No,
just
I
'cause
think
you have an
I was going to propose that we kind of lean towards helping with the tentative budget, and if Carson City or the city of Carson, would help with the agendas and minutes, just as
Sure.
a transition,
Yeah.
that could be a way to get us to clarify this RFP, get it maybe detail it a little bit more, and then move forward, knowing a little more information after the next meeting,
Yeah.
where we're headed.
Oh, I like that idea. Okay, Mike, are we okay with that approach then? If city and Visit Carson City, we assist with meetings and agendas and minutes?
I think you would be.
Okay.
Pending the creation of the agreement with the next director.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it would be definitely helpful to take a look at that MOU and see where that language is and that it's in there. And then perhaps we can, at the next meeting, come back with that language, a similar language for the city if we need to do that, so that it's just in writing and make sure that it's all above board. And so Mike, if we're actually assisting in that, there's not a conflict with that. There doesn't have to be an administrative staff member outside doing that. It's fine that the commission itself is working on those items. Commission members themselves.
I don't think it's a conflict.
Okay.
You're going through a search process and you have to get through it.
I guess my other question would be, are there tasks or duties under this operations coordinator that would be considered essential that we can't just cover through admin support on one side or the other? I mean, April 1st, April Fools. What is there that still needs to be picked up somehow?
Do you mind, can I see the
Yeah,
original page?
I just read actually
just-
number one here.
I was trying to figure out if that's what Denny
Yeah,
was referring to.
budget preparation, this is it. Each year, Story County Comptroller shall prepare tentative and final budgets with the assistance of an executive director in accordance with the local budget and finance. So we're good. I think we're,
Okay, and so to go back to Clay's question then, so we're covered there for that.
Yep.
Clay's question was what tasks would be needed that possibly could not be done by the two entities?
Right.
If I could see the original list, this is a shortened list. I don't know why my printer printed out the short list.
Yeah.
Could I borrow
wanna
the
take-
copy I
please,
gave
yeah,
you?
no, go.
That's the original.
Yeah, and
Okay.
thank you. And to Clay's point, yeah, I think we do need to get some clarification maybe from Michael.
Can I ask
What
you for a
can't
copy
we
of that?
do as commissioners, right? Because I don't think we can operate as our own staff, right? And be commissioner, or can we?
we did, well, I'll just say I did. I know Joel and I did when we first became a new entity, new board. We didn't have anybody. So
Okay.
we did a bunch. We submitted,
Yourselves.
we did agendas, we did it all ourselves.
Okay.
And not that we want to be a working board. I
Agreed.
think we all have jobs to do
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
they were full 90 days.
I did,
plus.
it was a full-time job. I stepped away for a while from Virginia City.
You were handsomely compensated, though,
yeah,
from the
so-
look on your
yeah.
face.
Yeah,
Yes.
you see that fancy Porsche in the
Okay.
I think my question is more operational than legal, right? It's what are we not equipped to handle?
Ken, do you want to come up to this microphone? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, for the record, Ken Dorr. Clay, your question is entirely appropriate. Who is going to be your regulatory compliance officer? In other words, you guys are a railroad. If you go on the US DOT's transportation website, there's a railroad called the Nevada Commission for the Reconstruction of the V&T Railway. That railroad symbol is VTRW. You folks are responsible for compliance with the Federal Railroad Administration's and the Nevada State Railroad Safety regulations. Who is going to make sure that you are in compliance with those things? I think this was one of the things that sort of was a surprise for Elaine when she got on board, is that, wait, I didn't realize we had monthly safety reports that we needed to file with the FRA. I didn't realize that we have to do these track inspections and keep those records for 2 years. We got to do a yearly bridge inspection. We got to do crossing inspections. And God forbid, if there's an accident on the railroad, we're the ones that have to call the 800 number to say, yep, there was injuries. It's our responsibility. So the question is, I don't know if any one of you folks want to take that on. Do you want to make this as a part of the scope of the work of the operations manager? That could also be something. If you go to a full-blown lease franchise operation, you could make it the responsibility of that operator. But there are specific requirements. The good news is, because it's a historic tourist railroad, is that you don't have to comply under normal circumstances with a book that's about that thick, and Elaine's got a copy of it, and it's pretty boring reading, 49 CFR 200, regulations for railroads. There's only a certain specific number of those regulations that have been called out by the FRA that will be enforced. And Tom has the same issue. He's got the same requirements that we do already, hours of service. His train crews can't operate over 12 hours. Technically, if you had somebody operating a train on your track over 12 hours, you're in violation of that regulation. Anyway, without getting into those weeds, it's important that you realize that you have to comply with those regulatory requirements. The good thing, other thing is that the FRA and the state rail safety inspector or supervisor, they're not out to screw you over. They're out to help. I've always had really good relationship with them, and I know Tom has also. Recognizing that, we're not the UP. We didn't just spend $3 billion on positive train control, and we're not nothing like those. But unfortunately or fortunately, you guys are a railroad. You got to recognize that the buck's got to stop somewhere if there's an issue. And even if you designate that this is your responsibility. Ultimately, it comes back to the board. That,
Okay.
you got to make sure you're in compliance with those things. It's not difficult, you just need to stay up with it. So where does that scope of work want to go? Does that go operation manager, or do you look at an alternative? So I just wanted to get that out.
No, Ken, that's great. So
And
just,
right now, I am doing that.
okay, that's what I was going to
It's
ask.
on that list,
Okay,
that partial list that I.
that's on page 1.
It's included in, yes, it's on page 1. It's included in it says federal, state, federal. Yes, that's part of it. I didn't do all the bullet points, what's all included in those, but those are substantial. And right now, your general managers take care of those.
Okay, can I just, Clay, I just want to ask, and then you probably want
Please.
to say something, but I just wanted to ask Ken a question. You were saying that we could put this burden back on, like, we're going to be talking about the rail bikes here in a little bit, on them to handle something for their operation, perhaps if it was Tom for the train, or that needs to be done through the coordinator position? I just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
You're the boss. It's pretty much however you want to set it up.
Okay.
To make sure that there's no safety violations on the railroad. So as far as how you want to operate the rail bikes, it's really up to you folks,
Okay.
okay? But
Okay.
you have to have, if there's a problem, then you're going to hear back.
Yeah, eventually it comes back.
For
to
example,
us.
I'm going to go to a track maintenance requirement.
Mhm.
The regulations have this little statement there with track drainage. They don't tell you need to have a culvert every so often. You don't have to have this minimum facilities. What they say is that you will maintain your drainage facilities. It's up to you, railroad, to figure out what that means. But if we see a problem, we're going to tell you. Okay?
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, without getting into that, it doesn't happen very often, but there is fines if you don't comply with these regulatory requirements. There's the accidental requirement, but for example, if you knew there was a violation and you continued, it's a willful violation. It's not just the railroad, you guys, that would be possibly fined. And Gabe says this because he knows that if he sees a problem out there and doesn't report it, the FRA can come after him personally and slap a $25,000 fine on him.
Thank you, Ken. And Elaine, and then Clay, I just want to follow up real quick. You have this listed under the required reporting, but that's on the director page, but then it's not on the operations coordinator side?
No,
Just to
that's
clarify, yeah.
something you would want to leave
We
at the
would-
director's level. Yeah, the operator is basically the will call desk, the
Okay.
being there when the trains are operating,
Okay.
putting on the special events, more on the hands-on there. The administrative is the director, and I would consider that more administrative.
Okay. Clay, go ahead.
My follow-up question, Ken, does that compliance load vary based on whether we're operating or not?
Yes and no. There's a certain amount of requirements. You have to do a monthly safety report, whether or not you're running trains, which is somewhat of a pain, but, Congress in their wisdom, you have to do that. You still have to do which Elaine's taking care of, a yearly bridge inspection. Again, Congress lumps this railroad right equally with the UP as far as what their requirements are, so thank you very much. You have to do those once a year. If you don't operate trains on that bridge, that's fine, you don't have to do an inspection, but you'd better get an inspection done after your period expires.
Yeah.
There's more track inspection work that has to be done when you're running trains. When you run more than one train a day on that track, unfortunately, you're looking at twice weekly track inspections. And so there's reports that have to go with those, and they're very simple. Just Gabe fills them out, and then you need to basically keep those records for 2 years. We've never been audited, knock on wood, but those records are available if an FRA fellow comes down and says, I want to see your records, so.
Go ahead, Denny.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. And I actually had a question for Gabe or Tom on this topic. Is that something that, with the proper agreement in place that covers both parties, that either one of you could assume for us those type of inspections or reports?
I do the track inspection reports every time I do a track inspection, and I keep on doing that, and I've been holding on to the track inspections. And that's something I'm doing now, but. And the signal inspections. The signal inspections happen monthly, and even when we're not running trains, our only other option is to completely, just screw up our crossing and then spend 10 times the amount of money to put it back in than just keep on doing the signal inspections.
So regardless of how this thing is cut up down the road or who's responsible for what, and contractually, is that really something that as we develop a job description for this admin position, that you or potentially a Tom Gray's operation could submit for us?
For just
These
keeping a
reports,
hold-
like the stuff that Eileen's doing now, could be submitted by you or Tom.
Would you like to submit the reports to the FRA?
Can I make a comment on that, though, first? The passenger count, all of that detail, it comes from the ticket sales.
Yeah.
So that's
So
why
I would-
I've been mainly over it, is because
Okay.
the numbers, the data, it comes from our end.
Okay.
And they're very simple to do. As far as the reports and the things that Gabe is doing and overseeing, it's as our contractor, so of course he lets me know what he's doing, that they've done the inspections, if there are any issues. That's how simple that is.
So I think we've answered our question then. This
Yeah.
position that we're looking for doesn't necessarily need to have those
No.
job duties.
No.
But it'll still boil down to, like, if somebody comes knocking, they're gonna come on my door, ask for the reports.
And we also maintain records, so
I was going to say,
we're
we
double
could have
covered.
copies of that, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I can't really do the ticket count and the passenger
yeah.
ride.
But if this is a temporary situation and we're not running trains,
Not
then
a
there's
big
no
deal.
ticket count, right?
Ticketing.
It's through Fair Harbor, yeah.
Yeah.
But we have to do rail bikes. Rail bikes are considered, and every passenger on a rail bike is considered a passenger. If there's a rail bike incident, yeah.
And I think,
have to
again,
report
as we're looking to go forward, though, with potentially different type of agreements, we're not dealing with tickets anymore, if I'm not mistaken, potentially.
Potentially, yeah. So could that be a right, well, I know we're getting ahead on the agenda, but right, could that be built?
Between the coordinator and Freedom Rail Bikes,
Yeah.
it's covered.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, that's a good point. Clay or Stephanie, did you want to?
No, that's good. Well,
Thank you.
well, I guess I would just ask if there, so for example, we were talking about watching some cameras, right? Like, is that a necessity at this point?
Yeah.
But how do we handle security? How do we, and again, we're just talking, potentially a couple of months here, but I think this is kind of, we need to figure out, can we somehow, between the resources we have, limp
do what?
through long enough to get us where we want to be, or do we need to get someone in to handle all this stuff?
Right. He's got a good point, and yes,
Yeah.
the answer is yes, Freedom Rail. They have management there. They could be, since they're running their operation, they should be charged with watching the security cameras and maintaining the safety of the facility.
I like that idea, since we're looking at our new agreement with Freedom Rail. So I think you're right. We're looking at a bunch of different contracted vendors that we have. We've got our respective 4 organizations, and maybe for this temporary, we started divvying things up, but we know that this is sort of somewhat temporary, and if everybody's willing to kind of chip in. But I don't. So maybe we when we get to 9, let's talk about what we could ask of Todd and Vinny then, without getting ahead of ourselves on the agenda. But any other questions for Elaine?
I guess the question I have is there something we need to take action on this item at this point, if this is the direction that we're going to go? Or,
For the temporary?
yeah,
Okay, so I do believe you had the full printout of the operations coordinator. David,
You can take it back, yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to compare our back page. Now, the front page is definitely on the shorter version. It's the director's position, which is much longer. Again, sorry, I didn't know that. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, so So just the oversight, answering the incoming calls, that needs to be taken care of. Providing live ticketing assistance, that could be at this point in time, letting people know why we're not open, handling customer concerns. We do have people that still have gift certificates. There might be some cancellations, relating to the Polar Express. We're still selling Polar Express lightly. And then rides and special events oversight coordination. Again, once you decide to run, it's quick, meaning that you're going to need somebody that's going to be able to put together the event budget. What is the event? Work with the marketing agency, get things started rolling. That is at least 4 weeks of prep time, getting the ticket sales onto Fair Harbor's site. Those are all things that need to be done in advance. So not necessarily when the trains run, but before the trains run. And then develop a comfortable and respectful working relationship. Reporting monthly to the V&T Commission. Those are things. And then I think, as we said, oversight for security. Those are all things. This person, though, this operations coordinator, if you're not going to hire a director right away, you'd want to maybe have them responsible for setting up the meetings, working, at least taking the minutes during the meetings, if you all are working with the agenda and helping set that up.
Could I throw something out too, just as an option, if we're looking back to, just trying to leverage our respective organizations? I mean, that's something that maybe Linda on my staff, who handles all of our minutes, perhaps we're talking short term, but I could ask to have Linda help with that. I'm not that I'm trying to take away from the coordinator role, but if there's some things that we could do, especially because that would just be a one-off each time we have a meeting, I'm happy to offer that up. But I don't know if we have to have an MOU to do that, because we don't have the same thing you have, Denny and Clay, but I'd be happy to offer my team to help with some of these things. So, but for today, I think since we're maybe taking a slightly different approach, I just want to make sure that we have enough feedback so we can regroup on this at the end of the month, right? And we know, because we're T-minus a week, right? And Elaine is gone off into the sunset, so I want to make sure we don't have this weird lull, even for a week or two, right? Where nobody's watching this, nobody's doing that, and we're not filing the right paperwork. We've got the augmented budget, which, thank you for bringing that up, because that's a critical piece to this puzzle as well. So Elaine, what do you think you need to know today? What
we need to know,
we want to kind of do in terms of your direction?
Somebody to work with as far as taking over the phones, showing them the ticketing site, giving them answers. So when customers call, taking customer service.
Okay.
That, rather than going dark, continue to provide that customer service.
Yeah.
After this month. And then working with the augmented budget, or providing projections, things like that. Of course, can work with Denny as the treasurer and Story County. I think outside of that, the reports, as far as when they're due and what they are, I can provide a list and a schedule. And then you all can decide what needs to be done from there.
Yeah, maybe that's a good next step then, in advance of our next meeting is, at least get us through, well, June might be short, but, at least get us through the fiscal year, right?
Sure.
Go ahead, Denny.
Yeah, I might also propose that, and I'm not quite sure, I know we're in a somewhat of a holding pattern, but I think it would be good to stop selling some tickets right now until we kind of see where we're going to go. Put that on hold, because we don't know where this is going to go. We're going to do a lot of either some returns or transfer it over to somebody else, some of this revenue, and it could be an accounting type financial kind of a pain in the tail. You can also redirect a phone call. You can have it forwarded to anybody's office So we could do that too, and then just answer some calls and say, hey, we're trying to open up at whatever date, more information to come, watch our website. We'll get back to you, have somebody check it once a week. I think there's options here. But I think the selling tickets, I think we need to put a hold on that personally. I don't.
For the trains, specifically, for the
Well,
trains.
it's for
We're
Polar
selling
Express.
Polar.
Oh, for Polar,
Or
okay.
we're selling, gift certificates or whatever it is, we probably
Yeah.
should put a hold on it.
Yeah, we can take everything down as far as sales, and then we can talk about what's going to go with Freedom Rail.
Right.
And what will happen there. But as far as if you all decide that that's what you want to do is to stop ticket sales for Polar Express, we should probably make that decision today.
Okay.
And then as far as phones and answering phone calls, answering emails, things like that. Again, my only encouragement was to stay on top of the customer service. We had that experience when I took over, and it took a while to make amends with people that were quite upset. We also have gift certificates that people are waiting to use. We have, we've got some coupons out there, so we need to stay on top of the customers so that we don't start
Yeah.
hearing about it
Just
through social media.
on the gift certificate front, those gift certificates, they can be used for future, is that for any rail bike or Polar or a regular train ride, or are they unique?
Yeah, I would recommend you make that part of the agreement,
Okay.
whether we're running a train through if it's Freedom Rail that takes over the ticketing and
Okay.
they're inheriting all of our customers, or if it's Tom Gray who's taking over and he's running the train operations
Okay.
and inheriting our customers. They should
Honor those
honor our
certificates
certificates,
that are out there?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Come on up, Gabe, yeah, please.
Another thing is, Freedom Rail is going to start up next month. So there's going to be some maintenance. I haven't gone down the canyon in a little while, and there's ditch digging that needs to happen down there and everything else. I have to know who to get the okay from and who to tell about the problems. Because, I could write the report, but I can't just say, well, this is wrong, I'm going to fix it, and then I'm going to bill somebody.
Right.
I need to know who to bill and who to ask for to do the work and who to tell the problems about. That's one thing that, Elaine was, for me, that was the main thing. I tell her, well, we have this problem. Should I fix it? Or should I hold off?
And then depending on the amount, it either, you had authorization to do, or you came back in front of the
Yeah,
commission.
so some of the maintaining some of our current contracts, that would, maybe
Yeah.
it would
Yeah.
fall under somebody here.
I'd be happy.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to assist with that. I mean,
I think there's a bigger, not a bigger, but maybe a better just person to oversee that could potentially be Tom Gray, who does it for his own track. And it could be something we work into our own agreement. You basically have one person running the train. He's gonna run the train there anyway when we do canyon runs. You got one person doing the maintenance and working with Gabe or Ken or whatever. It's kind of seamless, doing reports.
Yep.
The whole thing. And I like to hear from Tom what his thoughts are on that, but I don't want to throw him out there without his input.
Sure.
Tom Gray, Virginia Truckee Railroad. On the crossings, for example, we use the same signal maintainer, and he comes up the same day, and he goes to Linehan, does that, and he comes up to Gold Hill and does ours. And so we keep the reports for the FRA. We don't have to turn them in, but they have to be available for them to look at. So we have an office where they come in on the signal maintenance. We have our track inspection reports there. When I did the commission tracks at times, I would have a special binder for the commission reports there. Gabe coordinates with me as far as track and time, not as far as for the rail bikes, but for when he does more work up there. So I know when he's on the track and when he's off the track. And then he could have his reports there, so the feds have one place to look at them, or the state PUC, either one. As far as directing work, you know, I don't want to be responsible for it, but I definitely need to help direct some of that work and get it done. For example, he needs the grade all to go out there and finish the excavations below Eastgate. And, you know, this is the time of year to get that kind of work done. It'll take more than one shot at it, but, you know, you could, you know, I think you've already approved the monies for that work. I don't want to spend your money, but it needs to get done efficiently, you know, and effectively. This is the time to do it. So, I think it'd be pretty simple once you get going.
So Tom, within your current agreement with the V&T Commission, is that something that is it within that scope, or is that something would have to be amended?
It'd have to be amended.
Okay.
Whenever somebody's on the track, we coordinate that so we don't have any collisions. Ken's kind of been your safety. He's kind of been your go-between and made recommendations, you know, and, you know, I don't know if he's still available to do that, but, you know, I'm sure he's open for questions and advice. You know, that's his baby. He built that. But there's a lot of work to do out there right now.
Right, but so I guess we're really looking at is this really a temporary bridge to get a month or two to where we want to be, whatever that is when we decide.
Yeah.
It's all we're worried about here right now, just outside of going back to the agenda item, which is the responsibility or the job description for an admin.
You already have a contract with Gabe, so you know what he charges. It's just which work should he get done, and there's quite a bit to get started on if the weather's good, you know.
Is there something or some things that do need to be done before the rail bikes can begin next month? I mean, I just want to make sure, because that's almost even more immediate, right? As in this month, if we're starting the rail bikes on the 1st of, again, I don't want to get ahead to 9, but since we're talking specifically about what does or doesn't have to be done and who can do what does have to actually get done before the rail bikes can even start up?
So Gabe and I have been going back and forth, and there is some ditch digging and some cleaning up, and he needs to do that fairly soon, and I've given him the okay to start going forward and start working on that. I looked at the budget and let him know that as far as the rail maintenance budget, you know, because we did all the weed retardant and some of that other work, that we had to, we did, you know, exceed our budget, not being able to foresee that that's what we were going to do. And then we did the rail inspection. So there's some ditch digging, some cleanup that can be done manually, and we can have that done in the canyon and get that ready next fiscal year, maybe apply some of those expenses into the next fiscal year when you are bringing in revenue. Right now, again, if you're not running trains, you're not bringing in money. And right now, I estimated $6,000 for February, or $3,000 in February, and $3,000 in March is what our revenue was.
Okay.
So again, I just want you to make sure you're watching the fact that we do not have a revenue right now, a revenue stream, and that if we pile on these expenses, it's going to have to be subsidized.
And I think we talked about this last month too. Denny, you were bringing up about projecting our expenditures, and so I think this is good because our next item is about the fiscal 22 budget. But for what we have to get done for the rail bikes to run, that's one thing. But then if we're talking about July, well, can we build those into our base budget for fiscal 22?
Right, and we've Gabe and I have met. We've talked, and I approved what he proposed as far as getting ready for the rail bikes. He's doing it manually.
Okay.
They can go out there and get it done within a weekend.
Oh.
We're good to go. He'll do the inspections. We might have, a little trash cleanup here and there, but we're ready to go as soon as April.
Oh, okay. Are you?
Yeah, no, I think I'm good. I again, trying to stay with this agenda item. I know we're kind of squirreling here a little bit, and yeah, sorry about that, Mike. But I think honestly, within your authority, Elaine, you can direct some stuff to be done for the spring to say, hey, go do it while you're still here. Go do it. It's all in the budget. Just go take care of it. Go do it. That way, it's in motion. We're going. We work on the admin piece, what we need to fill in there, and we fill in with each respective visitor bureau or the city until we get that person on board. So I think we got everything here. I think we're.
Yeah. I feel like, and then we're doing an augmented budget anyway, so we're taking this into consideration, right? If it wasn't in there, but we know what we have to do, we can still do that right? As far as our augmented, what I don't want is we send an augmented budget and then we wound up, because I think, is it one and done? You don't get to come back again and take another bite at the apple,
It's June.
right?
An
Yeah, we
augmented
have till
budget, you
June, but we
have
kind of
until
get
June.
one deal, one
Yeah.
augmented budget
Yeah.
opportunity. So we could wait, right? I guess to do the augmented budget until June, right? I don't want to misspeak, but I know we do ours in late May or June if, so,
And I'll have it all queued up for you, working with the projections.
okay.
I'm going to try to leave everything as seamless as possible, and I would be willing to work with whomever you bring in to show them where everything's at, how to do,
Perfect.
everything's in Dropbox. We're getting it
Mm-hmm.
organized. And so it's,
Go ahead, please, yeah, go ahead, Stephanie, yeah, please.
Thank you. So not to stop the progress of these maintenance needs in February and March, but one of the things that I was hoping that through this strategic planning and these workshops is that I could get my arms around, because I'm brand new, second meeting, is these contracts. And so if we don't do it before we start these next few maintenance items, I'd really like to ask the board that it be something that we take a good look at as we move forward, because my understanding is these are on month to month, but there still are procurement requirements that have to be met. And so I just want to make sure that we're following those the way that we're supposed to be following them. And that's why I hesitated last month in that particular item to approve it, because I hadn't seen those contracts. Understanding now that it's month to month, there's not a particular contract, but is there a not to exceed? Where are we getting at with these? So I just think it's something that's important for our commission to look at in the future. I realize we have some things we have to do in the interim, but that's important to me to make sure that we're on track with following the procurement requirements, which I think would be the state's.
I would agree, if we're a state commission, then,
yeah,
yeah,
and
we probably need
the two contracts that are up for renewal, Gabe's was discussed back in, I believe it was September or October. We put it off because, we put it off waiting for COVID. COVID extended, and it was, we don't know, even with our marketing contract.
Mm-hmm.
We kept that month to month because COVID kept, its expansion and extension was making it harder to do a retainer-based type of a contract versus
Right.
a month-to-month as needed. And that's why we went, that's why the contract with Michael Rowe works so well. It's as needed, month-to-month. We put Ken Dorr on that as well, as needed, month-to-month. So with the marketing company and with that, we just kind of followed the guidelines. It was workable during COVID. So there are, Gabe's contract did, though, come forward, and it was thoroughly discussed, and I can bring those minutes to you at another meeting. But the others, yeah, they're due, and as soon as you all decide how everything's going to shake out, to renew or RFP or whatever you guys all decide to do,
Right.
that's why we got into the whole month-to-month thing. It was all COVID, with the exception of Michael Rose and Ken Dorr's, and that just became a as needed.
But do those have not to exceed amounts, or is it sky's the
I'm
limit?
going to have to go back and read them. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I
Yeah.
believe so. But I know that Ken does. Michael's has been ongoing. It probably older than the commission is. So, it's been for a long time. And so those are all things that you guys do need to address. I just want to let you know the circumstances have been really the dominant force on why
Right.
we're operating the way that we are.
Elaine, not to put you on the spot, but does somebody have contract log files, like log trackers that show, the original contract was $100,000 and, X number of invoices, and then it was amended to add another $50,000 and we had 20 more invoices. Is there anything
No.
like that?
Nope.
No, okay. Because I think, Stephanie, what you're getting at is Gabe is doing the work, right? It's not that I don't think anybody has an issue with Gabe going out and obviously making sure that we can launch the rail bike operations. You're just saying for us to make those payments or for those payments to be made, is it exceeding the actual authority, not to exceed authority of the previous contract that was in place? That's what you're trying to get at. So,
No, it's, I was actually going to bring the contract back again at the end of March and say, you know,
Yeah.
we put this off because of COVID. What he does for us is, he works very efficiently with us and yeah, we meet weekly. He knows his budget. He does not exceed his budget.
is Stephanie, are you okay? I just want to make sure you're comfortable. If we get what we, not what came back last month in front of us, right, which was the whole 56,000 or whatever, it was the big stuff, but to get what we need to get the rail bike operations off. And then, yeah, Elaine and I did actually talk about having the contracts at the last meeting, last Thursday, getting these back so we could actually give, yes, we agree with whatever these contract amounts are and the lengths. And then I guess we're also going to have to determine too, have they run their course? Have they exceeded the maximum length of a contract? And you're right, do we have to do an RFP or I don't know, sole source or professional services waiver or whatever options that we have in front of us? I'm not an expert as to exactly what we can or can't do as the V&T Railway Commission, but yeah, would you be comfortable if we can get the work that needs to be done so the rail bike operations could go forward, but then we know that we'll, and not singling you out, Gabe, but
I know.
we'll bring the contract back at the last Thursday meeting and then actually have some discussion on it. And what I would like to then recommend is let's have the amendment, Elaine, whatever you would propose, working with Gabe, let's bring the amendment back in front of us so we can actually approve an amendment for that or any other contracts, right, that we need to be taking a look at. Because I know it's weird. It's sort of like this nebulous, I get the month-to-month thing. Because it's just.
And yeah, we were going to take care of that in January and bring them all back. And in fact, Stan and Mike Smith or Mike Santos and I actually sat down and went through every single contract and red marked them. And we had them ready to go. And then February, COVID happened. March, we were pretty much shut down. But there was hours of work done on reviewing these contracts. And I have the markup copies, but I also sent every one of you a file of all the existing contracts. So it's going to take some time, but my recommendation is definitely look at them all, everything.
And David, to answer your question, if those were maintenance issues that were budgeted for, and we still have the money in the budget to do those, then I would be comfortable with it, realizing, I'm kind of trying to catch up, so I'm taking your word for it.
Okay, so to correct that, we spent the money that was in our budget. Our budget was shoestring to be just as tight as I could get it. We are now at the point, though, that because we had the weed retardant and that work, and then we had the bridge inspection, which when I created the little shoestring budget, I had no idea those were coming. So we are at the point where I do need to go outside of that amount, but I can take it from the budget from other areas, but we didn't spend money that I had given money towards. So if that's something that I need the commission to approve that estimate for the ditch. Do we have to have those done before the rail bikes start?
I haven't looked at the track since when I took
Okay, so he has to inspect. You have to inspect, you need to go down there. And so.
I would be happy if one of you guys would come with me so we could talk about it.
So that's that's where we're at right now is the track inspection, that bridge inspection. That was something, that we knew would come back. And as at the last board meeting, I did say, do not push these expenditures on this fiscal year. You're going to have to push some into the next fiscal year. But again, without the trains, the revenue, is it there? The rail bikes need to run. We'll get an estimate from Gabe, and then I can bring it back to the commission. But he has to go out and inspect before the rail bikes can run.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that we're being compliant, right? So before the rail bikes start in April, we have done what we need to be done, whether that's digging the ditches, whatever the case may be. I just don't want to run afoul of something before we start the rail bike operations, right? And put ourselves in a bad way
there-
and Freedom Rail or anybody else.
Yeah, and really, it's a maintenance upkeep thing.
Okay.
We can run with an inspection, and the rail
Okay.
bikes can go on.
So does everyone agree that let's have Gabe go do the inspection, get that information back to us at the end of the month, because that's still before we start. I mean, I think we at
We
least
have 2 weeks.
need to do that. Yeah, we've
Before the
got
rail
2
bikes
weeks
run.
to do that. Why don't we do that? I mean, I don't know that's not on the agenda, but let's do that.
No, I'm good.
ahead.
I'm just gonna maybe circle us back again, back to
Yep.
the agenda item.
You keep
Just
trying.
to keep us on track here a little bit. I know it's tough. There's so much to discuss, and it's hard to put the, the cart before the horse sometimes here, and it's, when you get to agendize these items. But I would make a proposal that we maybe get one or two of us, or a couple of us, work on a job description to get it out as soon as we can, or maybe to bring it back even if we have to wait, come back and approve it, but to work on some job description that would work, knowing that in the interim, both Story County, Carson City, and the Visitor Bureau there would help with certain duties in the interim.
I'm all for that.
That's my motion.
I second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 More discussion.
Sure,
Clay?
sure. I just had a question, but that's all right. We can take the vote. So I just want to make sure that we feel comfortable that if there is a delay in getting that position filled, are we satisfied that we can handle the necessities, if you will? And I've listed there 5 or 6 areas, and I think most of them we've got the, I think the one area where we're maybe going to be kind of in the gray area is the customer service piece. But, I mean, we can get by, we can reroute phones and whatever, but it's not going to be,
The end.
it's not going to be A1 service, but, I think that's what we need to accept, the potential risk of a loss of momentum and goodwill with our customer base if this drags on a bit.
I think
If we're comfortable with that risk, then I think.
Well, and I think, I don't want to speak for Denny, but I certainly, we could put something on our website where we have the VNT webpage. We can explain the situation. If you want more information, happy they can call us too. They can.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
think we can do that. I think we get with Argentum and say, hey, under construction, have some fun with it a little bit, saying, hey, we're trying to work through some things to get this thing back open as soon as possible. Bear with us. In the meantime, call XYZ.
Yeah.
And that would include maybe Tom too for
certainly.
questions on train rides.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so why don't, Denny, if you don't mind, will you just restate the motion again?
Oh, jeez.
Please, I know you said
Not
it
to
so
think about this for
eloquently
a
to-
second. Yeah, let the steam come out of my ears here for a second. Hold on. Okay. I'd make a motion that, well, I guess before I do that, is there a couple of us that want to take on reworking the job description a little bit?
I'm happy to.
Want you and I to kind
Sure.
of do that?
Why don't we
Okay.
do that?
Okay. I'll make a motion, Denny Dotson, I'll make a motion that both the chair, Dave Peterson, and myself rework the job description for the railway operations coordinator / admin, knowing that both Story County, Carson City, and the Visitor Bureau here in Carson can assist with certain job duties on an interim basis.
Wonderful. We have
I
a
will
motion. Do I have a second?
I will second that again.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Denny. All right, moving on to agenda item number 8 for possible discussion. Discussion and possible action regarding fiscal year 21, financial reports of the VNT Railway Commission, and tentative budget preparation for fiscal year 22. Elaine?
Okay, I'm going to make this really quick so we can get to our Freedom Rail guys who are 3 hours ahead of us. And so overall, you have your budget report ending in January 31st, 2021. And as you can see, the revenue that's coming in is light. Revenue during that for January was $2,774. Right now, we're running without any Draco money. So the Draco money is not included in there. And then also, so for February and March, I estimated $3,000 a month for both those months. Without, if I'm going to go and cancel all Polar Express, that's going to keep it down just to special license plates revenue coming in, period. And that's about $2,000, between $1,500 and $2,000 a month. So we're going to have some dry months. Then expense-wise, I had $20,000 a month just for your general upkeep, the electricity, your general manager, all that goes away at the end of March because you're not going to have staff, so you're going to save on that. But I estimate you'll be about $100,000 by the end of March. That's all I have.
Any questions for Elaine on the fiscal 21 financial report update? Nope. Okay. Elaine, do you want to address fiscal 22 budget preparation?
I will be working with Denny, and I think we talked about that on the last subject item. But yes, I will be happy to work with Denny and Story County to make sure that they have the figures that they need and answer all questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on FY? I think we browbeat that pretty good. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I just have one.
Yeah.
There was some discussion of stopping ticket sales. Is that an action item? And if so, does that have an implication here? And if that's something we want to make official, I think maybe it's worth some discussion, because if there's consensus that we're a go on the Polar Express, if that's something that we support and we think is, no matter what this ends up looking like, maybe it's not a bad idea to allow those ticket sales to continue, so the revenue keeps coming in, we keep the momentum, but nothing else. So rail bikes, we can talk about that as a separate piece. Nothing else for now, but Polar Express is kind of an institution if that's what we feel, and we feel there's a 99% chance we're a go with it.
Denny, do you want to?
Yeah, I don't know if it makes a big difference either way, because it's deferred income and it doesn't affect this fiscal year.
Right.
So it's like it's a holding day, but you're going to have to do some backtracking once we come to a different agreement with potentially some other format or contractor.
Yeah.
So I looked at it from that standpoint, not really an operation. If it was revenue now, well, we need it, but it's revenue for down the road, which could be confusing as we start putting stuff in different buckets. But it's up for the board here to discuss, I guess.
Well, I don't know, Michael, we don't have that as an action item as far as either stopping ticket sale or not. Yeah, stopping ticket sales. So I don't know if we can even take that up.
You've got to stick to the approval of the financial 2021 financial report.
Okay. So I guess if
Sure.
you all would like to potentially look at shutting the ticket sales down, then we could bring that back at the end of the month and put it as an item.
Or that's just
action item?
something that,
Or is it something we can just do? I mean,
I think it's something we can just do. It's something that Elaine can just do. It's a decision
It's
that
in my
the general
job
manager
description.
can do.
well, let's let Elaine handle
Make
it.
that decision. But, you know, this is just under a fiscal reporting item. It's an item that we're going to have to fiscally be responsible for down the road. In some way, it's going to affect somebody. And we're
Agreed.
So the bigger it gets, the more.
But it wouldn't impact our ability to approve the fiscal report today because that's only through January.
Yeah.
So I think we're
okay.
okay there. But yeah, I think that falls under Elaine's purview to go ahead and make those necessary changes on the website.
Very good. Elaine, I missed the last line you said. You said something about where you thought this would end us up or something like that. And I just didn't hear exactly what it was that you had said there.
So as far as our budget versus actual, our expenses have been minimal. And by cutting off, you have April, May, June, you're without a general manager, that's going to save you money. There are other things that I stopped expense-wise. We didn't have any expenses relating to, trains. So you're going to end up in the, this year around 100,000 as far as not being spent. And that, about 100,000, the main revenue that we got this past year, or within this fiscal year, it was the MOU from Story County. It was that 250,000 that goes towards operations and track maintenance. And that's why we've been able to sustain ourselves this year. If we wouldn't have had that, we wouldn't have been able to sustain ourselves to this point.
Got it. Great, thank you.
Okay, so if I could get a motion then on the fiscal 21 reports, financial reports, that would be super. Go ahead.
Yes, I move to approve fiscal year 21 financial reports for the V&T Railway Commission. And I guess I would just add to that the proposed procedure for working through the budget preparation for fiscal year 22.
Thank you, Stephanie. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll be happy to second that. This is Commissioner
Any
Mitchell.
further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Thank you, Todd and Vinny. We are finally here at agenda item number 9 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding a request by Freedom Rail LLC to amend Schedule A to the Independent Rail Bike Ride Services Agreement made effective on August 1st, 2020, and entered into between the V&T Railway Commission and Freedom Rail LLC to revise the existing 40-60 percentage gross revenue share to a 25-75 percentage gross revenue share, with the majority of the operational expenses to be assumed by Freedom Rail LLC. And Vinny, Todd, I don't know if you are unmuted. I can see you.
Yes. Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Oh, perfect. Wonderful. Yes. Thank you for being so patient. I know that Denny talks a lot and his train goes around in a circle, he indicated, so I'm sorry. We're lapping the depot here. So thank you for your patience, you guys. Elaine, do you want to start? Do you want to
we gained an education off of that hour there. So
Excellent. They're thanking you, Denny.
Well, hey, Todd. Hey, Vinny. Nice to see you in person.
Hi, Elaine. How are you?
Good. It's been a while. We've talked quite a bit by phone. Being that last year, we had an original proposal that was 70-30, or 30% going to the V&T, and we did the marketing, and then 70% going to Freedom Rail. But after we started the year, it was evident that we needed to maintain the management and ticket sales and the will call services. And so we changed that to 40-60. And we did that at the very beginning after we started the trains and signed a new contract at the 60-40. 60 Freedom Rail, 40 V&T. This year, they could actually take and maintain their own management, their own will call, their own ticket sales, all of the things that we were doing for them last year. And that's why they're here today to propose the 25-75 split. And they would maintain the operations as far as they would oversee their own operations. They would send a check to the V&T. They would pay all costs related to to running rail bikes.
Including the marketing too, right?
Including the marketing.
But
if we went with marketing, then it would be more like a 30-70. You could negotiate something like that.
Sure.
But it gives them access to the tracks between Eastgate Siding and then up to the Linehan Crossing. And that's currently where they were running, not all the way up to the crossing, but just before it. There are 2 turnaround tables there for the rail bikes that exist on both ends right now, and then one at the east gate. And then also, it would give them access to the depot, not the ticket office. That would still be left empty in case the trains come back. But they would run their own ticket sales out of the depot in the area, in a corner area. And that would be their ticket sales. They would also have their own retail there that they would start running in April, run through October, and then be able to move their things out in November to make room for the Polar Express, so that the Polar Express loading area could be opened up for trains. We don't really need the loading area during a regular train season. Those people can wait inside in the depot area and come out through a couple of doors that lead right onto the loading dock. So the freedom of the rail bikes and the trains, when the trains come back, they can operate together cohesively and both utilize the depot, meaning the train station, the ticket office area, that gift shop. If that's what you all decide, the gift shop, that ticketing office could be for the trains themselves. And therefore, we have 2 operations, and they're still independent of each other. Also included in the amendment is a change in the hours, and that's in preparation of if the trains do come back, that there's room to have the, for both to be on the tracks or the train to be long gone before the rail bikes start, and then off the tracks by the time the train returns. And then the only crossover and decision that would need to be made are the wine trains. The wine trains, being that the canyon and the access to the canyon would be that of the rail bikes.
Mm-hmm.
Another option would be running, if you wanted to run wine trains, is to run them towards Virginia City, out to American Flat and back.
Yeah, it
And
would be a
adding a
change of-
new
yeah,
change, a new
yeah,
scenery
different
for
direction.
existing wine train customers, adding to that experience. The track between Eastgate and the canyon is very short. It's very short. I mean, we really have to drag it out to give people 40, 45 minutes experience. But if it was allowed to go, start it at the Eastgate and then go up to American Flat and back, that's a longer experience, more visual assets, I guess you would call it. But those are some of the things that we tried to iron out. And I think I'll let the guys speak as far as the rail bikes. And then also, the agreement would be that they would start off with the current existing inventory and then add to the inventory in June and start picking up to the point where they get to the 15 rail bikes as agreed.
That's, okay, so we April, May is 9. Do we start June with 15, or is that kind of, well, I'll let you guys answer that, or what your thoughts are.
That was
but,
the plan.
yeah.
Well,
9.
we're starting with 9 in April, weather permitting. Actually, it's one lead bike and the 9 passenger bikes for the customers. So we'll see how the weather goes, but we've got a date of the 3rd on our schedule. But again, we're gonna stay in touch and have our managers coordinate with ticket purchasers and the weather. So, but we are shooting for the beginning or middle of April.
April for start for our 9, and then June 1 for the additional 6 bikes. They're in
Okay.
production as we speak. So.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
The goal's 15.
The goal is 15, right? With a staff bike. Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys want to add anything? I don't want to cut you off, but if there's anything you want to throw out, and then there might be
I've got
some
thank
questions
yous.
from the commission.
Definitely. We want to thank everyone. Our first meeting, and we made some promises and said this would be a joint venture, and we wanted to make everyone money, the V&T and ourselves, and help promote tourism And we think we've accomplished that with the help of everyone that worked out there. So we're grateful for the opportunity, and we hope that you guys are happy. We did everything we said, and we learned some things, and we're excited to get started with this new season. Welcome some new board members. Stephanie, welcome. We look forward to working with you guys as well. So we're like we said, we're looking forward to getting 9 bikes up and running. We're making some modifications. I'll talk about that for a moment. We're upgrading seat belts. We didn't have any major issues with the seat belts. It's just that they're a type that you have to depend on the customers to put them back on the seats, and people are overwhelmed. They're happy. They're taking pictures, so they weren't really doing that. So we have a retractable type that we're installing, and we have a better, more durable brake system. So there's 2 existing per bike. We're upgrading them to a heavier duty. It's still a hydraulic brake, but that's a decision Todd and I made, and that's something we're going to have done before April.
Also, we've added bumpers. We're going to be adding bumpers to all the fronts of the bikes. So that, and another thing with the motors, in relation to the motors and the batteries, we've decided that we're going to not turn on the motors or the batteries until we're down in the canyon. There's no sense of having the patrons run those motors downhill when we can turn them around and turn them on down there.
It's fun, but it makes for a shorter, faster trip.
Yeah.
So we don't need the motors on the way down.
So we've made that decision. I think that's going to work out best.
So those are some of the things we're doing with the 9 existing bikes, and then the 5 or 6 bikes that we're bringing out later on. They're going to have these changes modified. Also, some which we had a conversation with Elaine briefly about some of the changes, but we're doing a handle in back of the seat. Again, these are little things maybe you don't need to know, but we figured we tell you. We're about safety, and we can always improve, right?
No, I mean, for Clay and Stephanie as our 2 newest members, you guys have been amazing as far as taking feedback from the riders, the passengers, and doing your own testing. And it's very much been about having a very efficient and probably even more so a safe ride for people and comfortability. You know, I just want to say I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys learning from everything that happened during the months that we ran last summer. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
It was a joint effort. We didn't do it alone, so we're very appreciative.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions for Todd or Vinny? Yeah, go ahead, Clay.
Hi, gentlemen. I just have one question and then a comment based on something I saw in here. And I think the question is just simply, if you could in 30 seconds or so paint the picture for us of kind of what you envision. I like the idea of kind of putting the power in your hands. You know, you guys are the experts at the rail bikes. So kind of what that looks like. You think the facilities will be sufficient? Just kind of some comments on the change that's happening here and how you anticipate that affecting the business.
Certainly. We learned some things last year. Nothing groundbreaking, but just details. I think efficiency is one of the biggest things to discuss. Everything went well, but it would be better if certain things were handled by one party. It would be less communication. It would probably save labor on both parts. Sometimes there's an overlap, and that's good when safety's involved, in my opinion. But like some of the things we'd be taking on, cleaning bathrooms and managing certain things. This agreement, I feel, is definitely
the way to go.
A winner to have some of the things handled by one person instead of having the overlap on it. We've listed them in Exhibit A of the contract, which you can review. And that's pretty much
all
it.
in all, it was a pretty smooth.
It was very smooth.
Very smooth his first year.
There's some things that we could take care of that and save the V&T, and sitting here for the last hour or so listening to everyone talk. If there's anything else that you would like us to handle, I know security was an issue. We have had one of our employees up there watching. Elaine's been in touch with him and handling some of the security issues. Maybe that's something you might want to throw on us. We're here to help move this forward and help in any way. So don't feel you can't ask us to handle something or represent it in any way. We'd be happy to.
Thank you very much. And yeah, and I think that may be the monitoring, especially if you've got equipment there, if you're handling staffing and all that, it may make sense to put that in there if it's not too huge a burden. The only other thing I noticed on Schedule A was the rate is set at $45 a seat. We took out some wording about needing to agree on discounts and offers. Do we need to give you the flexibility to price it as you see fit? In other words, do we feel that we're enough aligned there that we can say pricing is anticipated to be $45, but it's at the sole discretion of freedom to make pricing decisions? Because as it looks right now, it looks like that's what they got to charge. That's what the agreement is. They don't have any flexibility there, and I'd like to, if the commission's okay, I'd like to give you the flexibility to price it how you see fit.
Yep.
Run specials, do whatever you want.
Absolutely, we could make an amendment in this regarding that, absolutely, because special events, holidays, and there's certain rides that are different that may require the price to be elevated slightly, but that's a good point to put that in the contract, absolutely.
We did a lot of exciting things last year, and we've got some ideas that we'd like to pursue this year, but the flexibility would be beneficial for everyone, I think, because you want to keep the price point where people are coming, but we want to be able to change it if we do like a bike and hike or things of that nature.
Halloween
I
night.
do believe that the venue was successful in some of the like Halloween and whatnot, so we're going to critique it, but I appreciate that because it's important, and having the flexibility would maximize profit for everyone.
Great, thank you.
And I would add, Clay, even giving them some flexibility as they're talking about like the rail bike and hike, maybe we have some other thematic style rail bike and this or rail bike and that or whatever. Let's let them, if you guys are comfortable to handle that, let's give you the flexibility
Absolutely.
in the agreement to do that, so we're not having to figure out another contracted event planner to assist with rail bike related events if that.
So I think
We'll handle all that.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
going to say, I think in the main contract, it does say that they have sole discretion and control on the marketing.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to make sure that we weren't pigeonholing them with a price point
price,
here so that they have full control on that as well. Because it's a split, I think that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the reality is that, they're looking to maximize and, as they're doing the marketing and doing the actual sales and operations, they should have the flexibility to, if they want to
Absolutely.
run specials on some days and charge more on others and
Yeah.
dynamic pricing based on what's going on, that's, let's empower them to do it.
I love it. Stephanie wants to make
We
a,
agree.
or then you'd want to make a comment.
ladies
Okay,
first.
okay, Stephanie, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I rode rail bikes twice last year, and they were fantastic. It was a lot of fun. We had a really great time. Plan to do it again, so I'm excited that you guys are here. I just wanted to make a couple comments. I'm happy with everything in the proposed changes. I need to state that I think I led Elaine down the wrong direction with actually redlining this contract in the sense that it's still valid, and I didn't realize that. It goes until December 2021. So I think procedurally, we actually need to have an addendum to the existing contract that can incorporate these changes. I don't, as far as what the meat of it is, the substance, I'm fine with that. I just think procedurally, it has to be done a different way. So I wanted to put that out there on the record. But then I also wanted to say, I was pleased to see under Section 3, compensation where, especially in light of what we've been talking about for the last hour, how you guys are willing to have the on-site manager, ticketing personnel, and then custodial employees, because, that was a service that was being provided before. So I think that's fantastic and appreciate that.
Yeah, so just to clarify, when you say addendum, I'm thinking like we would have amendment number 1 to the existing contract. So that's what, from a motion perspective, which would incorporate giving them flexibility on pricing as well as the monitoring of the closed camera security system and whatever's associated with that.
So what you're saying is to make the motion to implement these changes
As
an
amendment
addend-
number 1 to
as
the
an
existing
addendum
contract.
or what have
Right?
you.
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
And then any additional that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Is everyone comfortable with that approach? Okay. Denny,
I
go
do,
ahead.
yeah, I
please.
do have one quick comment. Vinny, Todd, how you guys doing? Good to see you again.
Hey, Danny, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. There wasn't a lot of bright spots last year, but the rail bikes were one of them. I think it's wonderful, and I think it really fits Carson City too. On this end, it's a perfect marriage there. One of the comments that I made last year was regards to a train and a bike, safety issues, and I was, I'm glad to hear there is maybe alternatives to running a train a different direction for a wine train or a special event train, and I think that's important to work with Tom Gray, the operator, whenever there is a potential when the trains do start coming down. So I want to make that very clear. That was a big piece. I also, obviously rode those bikes. I like going a little bit fast. I like riding a little bit on the wild side, but there was a thought when I was going, I was talking with Marshall McBride, and it was like things you mentioned, like the governor going downhill. Like we can get that thing cooking, and upgraded seat belts, bumpers. If a person doesn't stop, you can hurt somebody pretty bad, and then the better braking system. So, and I think another one was a potential platform for getting people
Those are done.
on and off.
We got a grant.
So those are things that you guys have seen, and you talked about that first off. So I'm glad that you guys did that, and I want to hopefully we continue to make sure safety is number one. It's a fun event. We don't want to see a fun activity, I should say. We don't want to see anybody get hurt.
We agree.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And thank you. You're a team player, and you're thinking just like we are, and that's why we made those changes. And there's more to come too. There's actually to touch on what you said about the trains, and we're looking forward to working with Tom Gray, and I know he's going to be. His name was brought up before with trains and whatnot, and scheduling of the rail bikes if the trains are running is very important. So we're going to have to get together and get a good means of communication, whether it's walkie-talkies, cell phones, because you can't be too safe. In New York State, they have a National Grid Power Company, and they say, if it can happen, it will happen. If you think the wire is live in the electrical sense, just assume it is. So we have to act like, there is a problem, and daily, earlier conversations, track inspections, all that. So we don't take it lightly, and we'll be communicating. Something else that I don't know if it fits in right now, but before we close out on the contract discussion, we are good for 2021, but we wanted to implement, and I don't know if it's in here, a 2-year extension under the same terms, but it's still, I think you can still have the right to cancel it in a certain time frame, but we'd like to have an extension if possible after 2021 to 2023.
So, Vinny, it's Dave. You would like to suggest in this amendment number 1, a change to the length to go from December 31st, 2021 to December 31st, 2023?
Correct. Just a 2-year extension. And it'd be under the same, I believe there's a clause in here for X reason, V&T can cancel the contract. So that wouldn't change.
Mutual termination, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yes. But it just helps us keep on that strong foundation that we've worked hard to build with you guys. And
sure,
in my opinion, it's worked out superb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as structure on that, is the proposal to use the addendum to change the end date of the contract, or to provide an option to extend under the same terms?
I would think to extend.
I would think to extend.
Mm-hmm. Just change the date.
Change the date.
In my opinion.
Okay.
Any concerns about that, or?
I'm not, on its face, I'm not. I'm just a little nervous because of all the unknowns on our end.
Sure.
We
do have the 30-day out too, or we could always come back and bring in amendment number 2. If something doesn't work over the course of April through. I understand what they're saying. They're looking
I get
at least
it.
for long term, especially because we're kind of fundamentally changing the scope of what they are taking on that they didn't do before, and they'll get some learnings. We'll get some learnings as well. Between now and the end of October. But I certainly, speaking for myself, wouldn't have a problem. With that, especially with us, it's a revenue split. So, so thank you. I appreciate you guys bringing that up. Any further discussion?
I ask?
You go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. The only reason I ask is because other venues, we have 3 and 5-year contracts, and we discussed it briefly in the beginning, and since we were new to the V&T, it was only a year. So again, there wasn't much discussion, but we did talk about a longer contract in the beginning, and we just ended up with 1 year, like proof of concept. You know, we said we would deliver and generate X revenue, and we feel we've accomplished that. So that's why we bring it up. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody want to throw anything else out? If not, I would entertain a motion.
David?
Yes. Sorry, Michael, yes.
You've got paragraph 3 there. There's a couple of points. There's a word evidential that I think should be evidenced. And then on the last line of paragraph 3 on page 3, the commission has the right to issue a limited number of passes not to exceed, but there's no number there. So I think you should address that.
It's 3.
Thank you, Michael. Yes. Elaine, go ahead.
Now, this was when we were more of the partnership. That's something that, as far as the passes, it's up to you all, but where they're now taking over their own management, marketing, they're basically leasing the track for 25%. I mean, is that something that you're going to hold them to on this contract?
Are those comp? Are we talking about like comp passes?
Yes.
So you guys, are you open, because, we do bring in familiarization tours, right? Both media, tour operators. Are you comfortable? Like, I worked with Elaine before, and Denny probably did the same thing when we were bringing folks in to do complimentary rides on the rail bikes. We're not just giving them out, to anybody, right? Our friends or whatever, but those are industry people. They could be tour operators, motor coach operators, could be media as well. I mean, that's helping to promote, and that's one way that we promote our destinations and attractions. Are you comfortable continuing that on your end?
We are. We don't feel the V&T will abuse that right. So we're leaving it that it's okay.
I think it'll be beneficial, to be honest with you, if the right people ride them.
You guys are intelligent with who you'll select.
Like Vinny says, I'm sure the V&T won't abuse the right or the privilege to do that. So I have no problem with that.
Okay. And Michael, do you think we should just change that last sentence and maybe remove limited number? Just the commission reserves the right to, maybe commission would work with Freedom Rail regarding complimentary passes or something.
Well, there should be a
lines?
number there. I mean, it doesn't make sense the way it's written now, in my opinion.
Or we could eliminate it.
Yeah, we can't do that though, because Michael, we don't know when a tour operator is going to come in. We don't know how many media FAMs, we might schedule. And on top of that, it may be something that one of our other partners might be asking us. RSCVA might be bringing in, a group of people, and we would certainly want to offer X number of comps. Maybe they're paying for some, but I don't want to speak for Denny. I certainly couldn't provide a number that I would need on behalf of Visit Carson City.
Right, yeah, providing a hard number wouldn't be beneficial. And not that we're going to abuse it. The majority of all these potential riders will be extremely vetted. I mean, that's what our PR people do. They vet them, make sure they're going to, and they follow up to make sure that we get the stories.
Right, maybe just having the option for the complimentary passes.
I would think the sentence should be reworded, something to the effect that with the permission of rail bikes, the commission reserves the right to issue a limited number of passes on unoccupied seats and not to exceed there, because it doesn't make sense to say just not to exceed.
Yeah.
I mean, does this sentence even need to be in here? I mean,
Oh, well, yeah.
if there's an understanding that that they see the value in this and would work with your organizations as needed, then I don't know if
kind of
it's
falls
even-
under marketing, I guess.
Right.
Maybe we could just, could we just eliminate it, Michael? Would that be a concern for you if we just eliminate the sentence completely?
I think if it's generalized, David,
okay,
you'd be fine. You reserve the right to issue number of passes with the permission or consent of rail bikes. but the not to exceed needs to go.
Agreed, yeah.
You know, as I'm looking at this, the previous sentence is problematic as well, because it says that the commission will advertise the rail bike operations for 2020, 2021, and that's changing.
Yeah, that
Yep.
should have been
We'll
taken out.
strike the 2021 season.
Which paragraph was that? I didn't catch that.
Number
one.
3 on
Number-
page 3.
Yeah, number
Page
3 on 3.
Number 3.
Council, your first, there was a word that you thought was misstated. Where was that reference? I
Well,
didn't.
that's on the third line, Clay. The word that I think is supposed to be there is evidence, not evidential.
Okay. I see it there. Thank you.
Okay, I've got that one, and then, okay, so, yeah, I can work on that. Number 3, page 3.
So, Clay, you're comfortable, I mean, and Michael, we'll just, in the amendment, we'll course correct. There might be new language, and then we can make notation that we're changing these couple of areas in paragraph 3, page 3 as well, right? We'll just cover it all in the one amendment.
And David,
Yeah.
also before I bring a contract back to the commission, I always run it through Michael. So if there's anything else that, we spot in that process, if you give us permission just to do.
Yeah,
you know,
small adjustments, oh, of course.
Small
No, I
adjustments
think,
and
yeah.
corrections.
Between you and Michael, yeah, of course.
And also Vinnie and Todd's attorney will need to see this.
Sure. Any other questions for Vinnie, Todd, Michael, anybody? Anybody want to take a stab at a motion?
I've been taking notes. Give me just a second. So I can take a stab at a motion. How specific do we need to get about these section 3 changes? Do we just kind of reference them, or do we just give?
Just give Elaine and Michael the, yeah.
to-
Changes as
Yeah.
discussed on the record, yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I'm thinking we probably want to be specific about the other changes that we talked about, meaning
Yes.
flexibility on pricing, security monitoring, and the contract expiration.
Yes.
Is that
Please.
correct?
Yes, please.
All right. So I'll give it a shot. So aye, Commissioner Mitchell. Move to approve an addendum to the agreement between the V&T Commission and Freedom Rail LLC as outlined in the agenda today. Additionally, to include the following changes: to allow to change the rate listed in Schedule A to $45 being the anticipated cost, to be the anticipated rate. Or do we just want to eliminate that completely?
Flexibility with
Okay.
pricing, I would prefer, yeah.
But with flexibility on pricing
Yes.
to be left at the discretion of Freedom Rail LLC, to also include as a responsibility for Freedom Rail LLC, security monitoring of the depot and grounds,
Mhm.
and to extend the contract expiration to December 31st, 2023. And finally, to authorize staff to make clerical adjustments and changes to reflect the intent of this agreement.
Blake, can I just ask one just small change? And could you just, instead of addendum, that we label it as amendment number 1?
Sure.
Since it's the first amendment to the contract?
Sure.
Okay.
Can,
Yeah.
is that good enough?
Yeah,
Or
no,
do-
that's.
Do I need to officially say we're gonna? Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Denny may
so-
want you to restate that whole thing, but I don't. As your chair, I'm not like that, no. No, I think I think we have a great motion. Elaine, you feel you have direction?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Todd and Vinny. Seriously, we're very much looking
Thank you,
forward
Paul.
to
Look
the
forward
full
to working
season.
with you this season.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, thank you
you.
guys.
See you soon.
Have a great night. Go
Bye-bye.
get a beer or something now. I know it's late, so
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you both. Wonderful. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 10 for discussion only. And these are kind of retooled the agenda a little bit, monthly non-action items. And I'm just going to let Elaine kind of rock and roll.
Okay, just real briefly, if you don't mind, I'm going to make the announcement. State of Nevada did get a hold of me during this meeting, and we do have a new representative, as far as a state representative on the V&T Railway Commission. His name is Jim Wells, and he comes from a background of state finances.
Yeah, he was the former budget director for
He's-
Governor Sandoval. Yeah.
He's former budget director for Governor Sandoval.
Mm-hmm.
So his background is extensive in public finances. So he will be a welcome addition. And we'll get a hold of him. David and I will get a hold of him and meet with him, and we'll introduce him at the next board meeting and get him all caught up.
If you're listening, Jim, welcome aboard.
Oh, and then finally, just real quickly, the Draco building, we're working through a title company. It is going to be a new note. And our representative at the title company did fall ill. And so she's asked for an extension. So it could be at the end of this month that we have all the detail and paperwork. We've been going back and forth with Mr. Street right over the past few weeks, getting information compiled. Stephanie's been great to work with. I've had to call on her for some regarding some questions. And so by the end of the month, if not, it'll be extended and passed on to Michael. He's been kept in the loop, and so has David. And I think that's it as far as where we're at. The Draco building, new representative. That's all for me.
Wonderful. Michael, attorney's report, anything?
Thanks. Following up with what Elaine just said, and David was in the loop on these emails. We were supposed to receive by mail a $200,000 deposit plus the back taxes and so forth. I wanted to explain the reason why I didn't want you to negotiate the check, and that is right now, the potential exists for him to be in default, and we could take the building back if worst came to worst. If you deposit the check and negotiate it, you're implying that you have an agreement that he's not in default, and I would just as soon see the whole process completed before that check gets negotiated. I understand it's supposed to happen in the near future, but I have no idea when.
Thank you
So
for clarifying that.
that's
Michael.
about the only other thing that I've done. With COVID, it's been real quiet.
So just to clarify, Mike, we do not accept a check from him at this point until we have the note, and then the commission approves that, and then
Like I said in my email, Elaine, if he sends the check, I want you to verify that the funds are there.
Okay, that I can do. So call the bank, make sure it's clear. Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mike. I appreciate that. Great. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 25th at 1 p.m. Does that work for everyone's schedule? And then I think based on our earlier, oh, go ahead.
Will that include a workshop? I'm sorry.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, we'll do it all as one. Yeah.
Be earlier, back to 11, or are we going to stay with?
What do you guys, yeah, what works for all of you on that Thursday? Is there a better, start 9 o'clock in the morning? You know, if we start at 9, we can run it all the way through 3, 4 o'clock so we can get more conversation in. No, why is everyone laughing?
Just as long as there are more chocolate mints, I'm good.
Yeah, really, one, Elaine? I mean, there's a time that works better for everyone?
For me, no earlier than 11. I've got a meeting in the morning.
Okay.
But open all day after that.
For the afternoon?
Mhm.
Do we want to just let it rip at 11, or do you want to start at 1, and what's?
I don't have a preference, but I am open all afternoon.
afternoon. Clay, are you okay?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like everyone's comfortable to just repeat, wash, rinse, and repeat. So let's schedule that for 11, Elaine,
11 o'clock.
to start, including the workshop. Okay. 10D, Commissioner comments, announcements, any requests for information? Anybody have anything? All right, then. We're on to agenda item number 11, public comment. Jordan, do we have anybody on the line?
There's no public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 12 for possible action. Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again.
you.